Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Let's tell the truth, everybody.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Now. Please make sure to subscribe to this channel.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
The Information Man experience coming at you right now, live in effect.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth and shame the devil. You better shame it. Bam, bam, bam. Tell the truth.
Information is power.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Now. Please make sure to subscribe to this channel.
Tell the truth, baby.
Information is power.
Welcome on a Wednesday. Breaking news.
You are listening to Information Now. Please make sure to subscribe to this channel.
Welcome to the channel, everybody. This will be a short live stream. Y'all know what's going on out there. What's up, everybody? Peace. All right, everybody. And I hope everybody can hear me. So as you already know, you've already heard the Brooklyn shooting, which was an unfortunate situation, should have never happened. They caught it was a person of interest. I think James Franklin. They thought that he was a person of just interest because of a U-Haul van of some sort. They thought they were looking to just talk to him to see what his connection was to the individual who did the shooting in Brooklyn that unfortunately harmed people. We're lucky that no one, from what I understand, didn't die, but 13 injured. And now it comes out in the wash that it is this man who they say plotted the whole thing overall. So what I'm going to do is bring in the live feed from CNN. You're going to see a portion of them actually having him in custody, walking him down the street. And we're going to see what they're talking about. And I'll be looking for your thoughts in the chat room. But let's go right here into this right now and see what we've got, what they're saying right now. I want to bring this to you completely, complete live feed. And give me one moment. I want to make sure that this whole thing is covering the screen the way I want it to, so that you all are getting a complete. There we go. It's just the way I want. I hope everybody's doing fine out there. Thank you for coming over for this short stream. And let's get right at it right now without wasting any time. And here we go.
When he took the photos of who he believed to be Frank James, the guy walked away. He just simply stood up and calmly walked away. And then later on, obviously, police receiving another tip, and they were able to take him into custody.
Yeah, it was Shimon, we're seconds.
We're seeing video.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. We're seconds away from this presser where we'll hopefully learn more specifics. But I just want to underscore the public-police partnership.
Yeah.
Oh, we have some new video of the arrest? Okay, let's take a
Here we
look.
go, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Shimon, I don't know if you can see this, but this is exactly the picture of what you had seen earlier, I believe. But let's listen in to the NYPD tell us about the arrest of this suspect.
John Miller, Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence and Counterterrorism of the New York City Police Department. With me, Police Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell, Chief of Detectives James Essig, Breon Peace, the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Mike Driscoll, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's New York office, John DeVito, Special Agent in charge, ATF, These are the partners who have been working with us from the first moment of this incident, and we have important information to transmit today. First, we'd like to go to the mayor, live from Gracie Mansion.
All right, hopefully they'll start talking. He's been in quarantine because he's got the virus, they say.
My fellow New Yorkers, we got him.
We got him.
We got him. I cannot thank the men and women of the New York City Police Department enough, as well as our federal agents, our state police, our first responders, from the 9/11 operators to the various men and women from our medical professions. We got him. It said to New Yorkers, we're going to protect the people of this city and apprehend those who believe they can bring terror to everyday New Yorkers. And I want to thank everyday New Yorkers who called in tips, who responded, who helped.
This guy turned out to be a YouTuber, everybody.
33 shots, but less than 30 hours later, we're able to say, we got him. Thank you, Commissioner, for your leadership and job well done.
And now, Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Keyshawn Sewell.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. I am truly fortunate to stand here among these extraordinary investigators and federal partners to make this announcement. Moments ago, Frank Robert James was stopped on the street and arrested by members of the New York City Police Department. Officers, in response to a Crime Stoppers tip, stopped Mr. James at 1:42 p.m. at the corner of St. Mark's Place and First Avenue in Manhattan. He was taken into custody without incident and has been transported to an NYPD facility. He will be charged with committing yesterday's appalling crime in Brooklyn. I want to commend all of the investigators and analysts who took part in this all-hands-on-deck investigation. Literally, hundreds of NYPD detectives worked doggedly during the last 30 hours to bring this together. They did so in tandem with a vast number of our law enforcement partners, including those from the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force, the ATF NYPD Crime Gun Intelligence Center, and the Regional Task Force led by the United States Marshal Service. We hope this arrest brings some solace to the victims and the people of the city of New York. We used every resource at our disposal to gather and process significant evidence that directly links Mr. James to the shooting. We were able to shrink his world quickly. There was nowhere left for him to run. I'd like to turn it over to Chief James Essig for details of the investigation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to update the public on yesterday's incident on the subway in Brooklyn on the Manhattan-bound N train. Through the course of this investigation, we developed additional information and evidence. Mr. Frank James, our person of interest, now became a wanted individual for yesterday's horrific incident. Mr. James is a male, 62 years old. He is known to us and has ties in Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York City. His arrest history in New York is 9 prior arrests dating from 1992 to 1998. Those include possession of burglary tools 4 times, criminal sex act, theft of service 2 times. He was arrested on a New Jersey warrant. He also has a criminal tampering. He has 3 arrests in New Jersey, 1991, 1992, and 2007. They are for trespass, larceny, and disorderly conduct. So yesterday, we recovered video of him prior to the incident entering the Kings Highway subway station. he has the same black cart that he has later recovered on the crime scene. The pictures are to my right over here. This
We'll make these available electronically after this.
This station is 3 blocks from where we recovered the U-Haul truck that he rented in Philadelphia. The key to that truck was recovered at the crime scene. This jacket, the distinctive orange jacket, was also recovered, as well as his construction helmet he was wearing, and we recovered that in a garbage bin in transit. We believe, but this is still early in the investigation, that after firing his weapon 33 times at innocent New York City subway riders, Mr. James boarded an R train that had pulled into the station, went one stop up, and exited at 25th Street Station.
Make sure you share the video too. I won't be on super long. We're going to get through this portion of it. It's a damn shame, but I just find it very interesting how, let's go on.
We also have a picture of that. The gun used in this, a 9mm Glock, which was recovered at this crime scene, was purchased by Mr. James in 2011.
And thank you all for being here. House of Entertainment's in there.
Mr. James.
Peggy Ross is in the house. Just everybody that's in there. Thank you.
7th Avenue and 9th Street in Park Slope, entering the subway.
Yvette's in
Minutes
there.
ago,
Appreciate that.
Thankfully, NYPD patrol officers from the 9th Precinct responded to St. Mark's and 1st Avenue, where they apprehended him without incident. This case was quickly solved using technology, video canvassing, and then getting that information out to the public. So I can't speak highly enough of the partners we had, the FBI, Mike Driscoll, ATF, John DeVito, U.S. District Attorney from Easton, Breon Peace, and the coordination and within the Detective Bureau, Tommy Galati from Intel, our Transit Bureau, our Patrol Services Bureau. Phenomenal job, less than 30 hours later to arrest this individual. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Breon Peace.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Yesterday was a dark day for all of us, but the bright spots of the incredible heroism of our fellow New Yorkers helping each other in a time of crisis, the quick response by our first responders, and the hard work by all of our law enforcement partners that has been ongoing is truly a bright spot here. Today, Frank James has been charged by complaint in Brooklyn Federal Court with 1 count of violating 18 USC sections 1992 A7 and B1, which prohibits terrorist and other violent attacks against mass transportation systems. He has been apprehended. He will be arraigned in federal court in Brooklyn, and if convicted, he will face a sentence of up to life imprisonment. My office is prepared to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that on April 12th, 2022, in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, in the Eastern District of New York, Frank James did knowingly and without lawful authority and permission commit an act, including the use of a dangerous weapon with the intent to cause death and serious bodily injury to passengers and MTA employees on the New York City subway system. The government will prove, among other things, that James traveled across state lines in order to commit the offense and transported materials across a state line in aid of the commission of the offense. We in the Eastern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office are working closely with all of our law enforcement partners, the FBI, NYPD, ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, and others, including the Kings County District Attorney's Office. And my office and our law enforcement partners will use every tool at our disposal to bring this individual justice and bring justice to New Yorkers and restore safety and peace of mind to all. And we'll continue to do so as this case proceeds. Thank you.
Mike?
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here today. As Mr. Peace just discussed, Mr. James is now facing a federal charge for his actions, a terrorist attack on mass transit. We have two ways that you can get in contact with us because I want to be very clear that this is still an ongoing investigation. If you have additional information regarding Mr. James's activity, or if you have digital information, please reach out to us. Contact the FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can provide digital media through fbi.gov/Brooklyn shooting. We need to hear from you so we can fully understand all the events that have occurred over the last 30 hours. It's crucial that we receive the assistance of the public as we piece this case together. There has been some reports that FBI holdings to date had a tie to Mr. James. I want to be very clear that to date, we have found no record of an investigation of Frank R. James by an FBI office before the shooting yesterday. Reports that FBI's New Mexico field office previously investigated him are inaccurate. I want to thank our partners in this case, the NYPD, the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and all the members of the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force. We've had such a tremendous response from all of our partners in this case that have led us to this moment now. I also want to take a quick moment to highlight the work of the JTTF. I'm fortunate I get to work with them every day. It's truly an outstanding group of
Thank
people.
you all for being here,
led
ladies
by
and
SAC
gentlemen. Maybe
Terry
I'll have
Farley,
a panel if
who
people want to come
spearheaded
upstairs
this
and
investigation.
have
They've done an outstanding job
give their
on this,
thoughts about
as
this.
they have every time New York has faced a threat of this nature. So thank
Just
you, and
want
I'd
us
like
to
to
get
turn it
some of
over to
the
John DeVito from the ATF.
details that they have on the ground. Every form of
Good
law
afternoon,
enforcement,
everyone.
isn't it?
Again, my name is
interesting?
John DeVito. I'm Special Agent in Charge for ATF here in New York State. One of the key points that A. Dick Driscoll pointed out was that we could not have done this without the public's help. First, let me say our thoughts and prayers and actions for the past 2 days have been with the victims as well as all New Yorkers. The men and women of ATF have been working side by side with NYPD, FDNY, the Marshals, FBI to solve this heinous crime, which we have. Immediately after the attack, New York City Crime Gun Intelligence Center, or CGIC, which is a unit comprised of highly skilled analysts, investigators from ATF, NYPD, as well as a myriad of other vital partners, whose sole purpose is to collect, analyze, and disseminate actionable intelligence regarding gun violence. Just imagine a team of dedicated professionals exploiting every nugget of intel from gun violence, the firearms, and then weaponizing that information to use it against the people that are terrorizing our communities. That's your CGIC. The timeline on this gun's life spans 16 years in 5 states. And I'm very proud to say that late yesterday evening, about 12 hours after this attack, ATF agents were able to close the loop on that extensive time span and determine that Frank James purchased said firearm from a federal firearms licensee in Ohio in 2011. So essentially, we tied that gun utilized in the shooting to our target, and now we have our target in custody. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be in that we've told you almost everything we have to say, able to answer some very limited questions.
Okay, folks, so they're going to ask questions, and then when they get through that, I'm going to open it up to see what everybody else is talking
There was
about.
a person who called Crime Stoppers.
Let me put some of your comments on the screen. Thank you for being here. It's unpromptu live stream. I don't normally go live during the week. Thank you for being here, though. I appreciate everybody. Angelica, I see you. We got Sugar Bomb is in the house.
I think first and
2024
foremost,
is here.
we were looking to get this guy
A lady
off the street
747.
before he did any more carnage, brought any more carnage to the city.
Oh,
As to the
reliable.
investigation into the motive and to look and scour his social media, that's still part of the ongoing investigation. But again, first and foremost, we wanted to take him off the street. The investigation is continuing into the motive, into his social media postings.
Bloomberg.
You said Mr. James walked into a Park Slope subway station. What time was that, and what was he doing in between then and when you guys called him?
That was 9:15 yesterday. So the incident occurs at 8:24. So he leaves, he exited
Clubs
25th
Den,
Street
how you
Station
doing? Good to
House,
see you. Everybody check out
shortly
Club
after
Den's channel.
8:24.
Oh, and we
train
got
pulls in.
Miss G here.
We catch him
Kitty G,
next going
saying
into
what's
a
up to
park slope on 7th Avenue.
Oh,
and
reliable.
9th
You're
Street
welcome.
At 9:15.
22 Roman.
And then we
Roman
grab
is
him
in the
today.
house. 22
But we
Roman.
had
He could walk info,
literally
man.
hundreds.
I don't
of
know. We'll
detectives
have to
out
see.
Scouring video.
I don't think a
throughout
black man.
the crime scene and beyond.
They gonna put everything on him. No. Ain't no black
Excuse me?
man walking in this situation. No, we in
Yes, that was
America.
him. Yeah, yesterday at 9:15.
We in America, man.
Mark.
Hell, they arrested black men in New York with stop and frisks when black men didn't even have weapons on them and they were being harassed. So you got that wrong,
his
22
arrest was
Roman.
just literally minutes
No.
ago. So
They're gonna make him pay the price.
We haven't even
Probably the
he's
heaviest
just
price
arrived
that
at
they
the
made
precinct
anybody
shortly.
who've done this pay
As
the
to his
price.
whereabouts, that's part of the investigation. Detectives are out going through
What's
video
going on, Chef?
canvases, and we're going to backtrack that, and that will take literally weeks.
Katie.
Y'all check out Chef's channel.
Did the NYPD previous to yesterday's attack
Brother, right there I have on the screen.
complaint, or do they look into any of the cameras being out? Not just
Impromptu stream today.
and 25th, and additionally, is there any?
We got
indication
Queen in the
that
house. Thank you for being here,
they're
Queen.
going to do any more attacks?
Peggy Roster,
But
Jay Bart. If you are new to the
yeah,
channel,
as far
please
as
subscribe. We got
doing any
Natro,
more
we got
attacks,
Michael
that's
Ross.
part-
I see
again, that's part of the
Erica
investigation.
up there.
Our main focus was to take him off the street immediately.
And do you know how?
How you doing,
Uh,
sister?
go
I see
ahead.
you say the mayor Adam used to be a cop and has to show he's tough. You're absolutely correct.
You
Tell the
can't
truth.
have a felony conviction to purchase the gun. So he had no felony conviction.
We got
New York one.
Deborah Gunn. Thank you for being here. She
Hi.
says, I'm so tired of what's happening in America. I'm consistently praying for our family. I hear you, sister.
Juliet Papa.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
That says true. He didn't kill anyone, but he will get life. Yeah, he gonna get life. They're
The
gonna give him
Crime
the
Stopper tip
ultimate.
today?
Let me just stop this here. There's something
yeah.
we got to understand. For those who, I know Roman said that he's gonna probably walk. No black man is walking. Y'all remember Colin Ferguson? Now they caught him guilty as charged for what he did. This man, even if no one got killed, he shot a firearm in New York, which is illegal. It's illegal to be having firearms in New York as it is, and everybody should know that. What's going on, House of Entertainment, X Entertainment? It's illegal to have firearms in New York, so they're going to get them on that. But the fact of the matter is, people were injured, 13 people were terrorized. They're going to get them on domestic terrorism. I'm going to tell you right now. You know when white men do this type of crime, and the media doesn't like to call them terrorists, right? They'll say mass shooting, but they don't like to call them terrorists. But you notice the language that they're using for him already. And I ain't saying that he innocent, because if he did this, he's gonna pay the price. But the language that they use with white men that do this type of crime, they never want to call them a terrorist or even domestic terror. Hell, they didn't even want to label those white folks that went up there on January 6th. They don't even really want to call them terrorists. But guarantee you, he will get the label of domestic terrorist, and I guarantee you that every person you see talking about this on TV is going to come out and call him a terrorist. White men do this kind of stuff all the time. They don't get labeled terrorists. And I'm also surprised, ladies and gentlemen, that James Franklin is even alive, that they didn't take him out with the bullet. I'm just saying to you, let's get back. It's about truth. Let's get back to what's happening here. This is a live feed, y'all, but I had to stop it a couple of times. Here we go.
Good afternoon. Crime Stopper tip comes in, reports that the male is in the McDonald's on 6th Street and 1st Avenue in the 9th Precinct down on the Lower East Side in East Village. Officers respond to the McDonald's. He's not in the McDonald's. They start driving around the neighborhood looking for him. They see him on the corner of St. Mark's and 1st, and they take him into custody. No incident and take him into custody.
You do an audit of cameras at subway stations just to make sure they're all working in the future, so it's easier to catch a person who does something.
Yeah, so the camera systems in the subway system are not NYPD cameras. They're owned and maintained by the MTA. We have access to them. We do regularly look and see which cameras are working, which ones are not, but the responsibility for those cameras belongs to the MTA.
You're gonna make the officers who made the apprehension available, are you gonna identify them? Any special?
Not at this time. If we do, we'll let you know.
Really appreciate everybody being here for this impromptu, because y'all know all the marketing I usually do before I go live. And we got Donna just being real. Good to see you, sister. Clap to you. Been a minute since I've seen you over here, but I think great seeing you. Patora Afro is in the house as well. The Truth is in the house.
We have witnesses on the train who said he was sitting in the back corner of the second car.
Make sure you share the video
and
too.
He popped the smoke grenade. And we have one witness who says, what did you do? He goes, oops. And then he pops the two, brandishes the firearm and fires 33 times. That we are in the process, and we are asking for anybody's help who is on that subway train or on that platform to reach out to the Crime Stoppers at 1-800-877-TIPS with any information. We're still looking for witnesses and anybody who has information who was on the scene.
Okay, New York Times.
Hi, can you tell us anything more about the clock that this guy used? We heard initially that it had jammed. I know from what experts say that clocks aren't supposed to do that. It's kind of one of the selling points of clocks. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
This is crazy, y'all. When I think about it, it's crazy.
Processing that scene, it goes to the lab, and they'll give us a report. It's still very.
This brother did this. What was going through his mind? This is not something that we normally do. I think the last guy that they caught doing something like this was John Muhammad in the Maryland area. Remember, he was sniping people with that young man, with the young kid, the 13-year-old. This is crazy.
This is in its own, it's a discrete terrorism charge.
That's correct. The
nobody should have got hurt in this.
is,
This is terrible.
Titled "Terrorism and Other Violent Attacks."
See, I told y'all.
Even there's a federal interest, of course, in protecting mass transportation hubs and infrastructure.
I told you that he's gonna start labeling him with the terrorism. You hardly ever see them do this when it come to older white men, like that white man that went to Las Vegas and he took people's lives that were at that country concert. They never called him a terrorist. Even those kids in Colorado back in the day that did what they did, they weren't labeled. And I'm not saying this to say that what this man did, if he did it, was right. He was wrong as sin. But I'm just saying, see how they label when black people do things. The media, and you'll even get people that look like us, they're quick to label terrorism, but they don't do it to they don't do it to white perpetrators of the same type of crime. I noticed that, folks, a difference. There is a distinct difference. I find it very interesting.
And so that's the jurisdiction, but we're not going to comment further, or we're still investigating the motive and things like that, so can't comment further.
All right, last question to Juliet.
Yes, can we talk about his contact with social services, or if he had any here in New York?
That's going to be part of the investigation as well. So we were not able to speak to that at this moment.
So after his arrest in the 90s, and then did he disappear? Was he not in New York City anymore?
That's part of our investigation as well, Julie. Thank you.
One more question. He used 12.
You're the last question.
Thank you. I'm wondering if
Oh, they don't want to answer no questions.
do you have any motive in terms of Sunset Park? Why Sunset Park, or was it random?
No idea. So just to close, we also want to acknowledge our partners, sometimes jousting partners in the media, for putting all these pictures out, for spreading this story from the time we did the press conference yesterday. That was a critical effect on raising the kind of public awareness that, as the commissioner said.
All right, y'all. So they stopped it right there.
The mayor,
I'm going to let them talk for a moment, and then I'm going to switch it over and get your thoughts.
And we learned a wealth of information about the investigation thus far, starting in 2011 when he bought this gun, they say, legally in Ohio, and all the way through his capture. Frank James, 62 years old, the suspect in this shooting, just a little more than an hour ago. Let's bring in now CNN's Shimon Prokupecz.
I want y'all to hear this.
Us,
let y'all hear this.
CNN's law enforcement analyst, former acting Baltimore
And
Police
thank you
Commissioner,
all for being here too. I really
Anthony
appreciate
Barksdale, and
a
Miguel
good number of
Marquez
people that have
outside
come
the
over.
precinct where we're told this suspect went. Miguel, let me start with you. Commissioner Sewell said that we were able to shrink his world quickly. It seems as though maybe he wasn't concerned about his world shrinking. He was just sitting at a McDonald's restaurant when someone saw him.
It is shocking to consider that on a beautiful spring day in New York City, this guy was picked up about 3 blocks from where I'm standing outside the 9th precinct. I want to show you what's happening here right now. If you could swing around, might look a little chaotic as we swing around here. There is a huge number of press here and a massive police force as well that has come in here now that this individual has been arrested. Lots of police officers coming in and out of the precinct, shaking hands, hugging, bumping fists. Clearly a sense of elation and relief that this individual has been arrested. His arrest, as we've seen in video now, as mundane as arrests come. He was picked up on the street. People were all around him taking videos of it, and he was put into a police car without almost anybody saying anything. It is not clear if we are going to see him soon out of this precinct. There are apparently federal charges he faces as well, so that may come into play, but it is possible that at some point we will see this suspect, this alleged shooter, come out of the 9th precinct here. The officers here who picked him up, clearly a great day for them, and a lot of pride being felt by police officers in this area right now. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. You could hear the triumphant tone that they were striking, as Victor said, when the mayor start with, "We got him, we got him." And so, Commissioner, I mean, you also were gleeful when you found out about the arrest. We learned so much just now in this press conference, including his priors, basically that he's been in trouble for 3 decades, this guy. So starting in 1992, he had 9 prior arrests.
Thank you,
like
Glorian, for the
acts,
super chat, the super
larceny,
sticker.
Trespassing, criminal tampering. He had 3 arrests in New Jersey. The FBI says they didn't know about him, but local police in various states did know about him. And again, you know, the idea that he was able to buy this gun in 2011 in Ohio feels like something should have caught it in some background check since he had all of these arrests. But he has basically been bad news for law enforcement for a long time.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're looking at an individual who commits an act like that and then just still hangs out at a McDonald's. So, I mean, this is just great work, but there are numerous concerns. And I'm hoping that somewhere along the line, the ATF is going to, or they already have started digging into who sold him that weapon back in 2011. It's a huge concern. We're seeing, you know, what guns can do across the United States, across the world in the wrong hands. But again, today, I am so proud of the NYPD and everyone that participated in this. But the unsung hero is that person who called the tip in. That's huge. And it just shows that the public combined with the police are unstoppable.
Yeah, and the remarkable police work that was described on the hundreds of local detectives that we learned were involved in this search. Shimon Prokupez, back to you near the scene of this crime. The question yesterday when I was there with you was, how did this man escape this train car, this platform? Where did he go? We learned that he just got onto the next train, maybe across the platform. The R train went up 1 stop and then got off at 25th Street, which is only, 11 blocks away from where this happened.
Right, and then they were also able to track him video in Park Slope, the chief of detectives there say. So look, I mean, as we've been saying,
all right, let me stop right there because I had some folks bless me with some super chat, which I really appreciated. We got BS3 Network in the house. Let me go ahead and let you all know you can see the Information Man show on the BS3 Network. I need y'all to check it out. It's on Roku TV. Brother Ben is in the chat room right now. Let me play some of the commercial
BS3
bits
Network,
for you.
Changing the way you watch TV.
Okay, so if you got the Roku package, you can see all the lineup. There's religion, programs on there, sports programs, relationship programs, barbershop talk, real talk. You have me on the Sunday lineup coming on at around 2-ish on Sundays. Y'all know who I am. You know, it takes me a while.
You are now tuned to BS3 Network.
Y'all know how it is with me to get my show going, but I get it going. And then I'm a part of that lineup. So you can check that out on your Roku TV package. He also puts the Roku TV throughout Facebook as well. And of course, y'all know what I do over here on the YouTube streets. Y'all know that I have Information Man Speaks podcast. And I also have a new channel called Info Media Live, where I try to teach and give lessons about how to be a YouTuber and all the tips and things that go on. And I'm only gonna that channel is gonna potentially, I think, it's gonna do great things because all the content is stuff that's gonna last for a long time. Views are coming. The channel is just going to take time to build, but check out Info Media Live. I will be dropping a video there today sometime. So I want to thank that brother. I want to put him on the screen, but I want to thank those who definitely gave me the super chat as well. So let me do this. So y'all can see me real quick. Let me give the brother a great clap here. And let me
BS3 Network.
Put that on there.
Changing the way you listen to podcasts.
That's right. Changing the way you listen to podcasts.
BS3 Network is now on Roku TV under BS3 TV.
All right.
Download today.
Download today, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get your butts over there. Download today. If you have that package, you have a desire for that package, I would say go right ahead and get that package. Let me give him a clap. Give him a clap. And let's check out the super chats. Now, I know Barbie Girl Tina gave me a super chat, so let me go up here and pull these out on the screen because people need to get their credit here. And I thank you again. She says he was a YouTuber that talked about Hassan and Kwame Brown. That's you know what? You're right. I didn't even know he was a YouTuber until I heard the reports today. So you're absolutely right about that. But he's a YouTuber who probably just took things way too far. But I want y'all to notice how they were very quick to put, and I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong, but you see, they were very quick to put the terrorism label on him. And yes, you can see it as terrorism, right? Domestic terrorism. But I noticed when the whiter counterparts do this, they don't call them terrorists. They just say a domestic behavior, right? Or a mass shooting. I just noticed that. I noticed the difference in what they do. And then we got Michael Ross, who gave me a super chat as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat.
I really appreciate that. I think Trap and Gloria Murray again gave me a super sticker, $10 super chat. Thank you as well. We got Ben Tide in the house. Salute, Information Man. We got the little cat avatar on there. I like that. And then we got Trap Vision, who gave me, somebody came over from Facebook. This is a Facebook. Hey, how you doing? Do you know if he was from New York? Well, they said that originally, sister, I think this is Tammy. I believe they said that he was from Wisconsin, where he purchased the gun that he still had, and I think they said he used. So I think he was from Wisconsin originally. I believe so, but we'll have to look more into the story. And I'm going to go back to this feed so that maybe they'll tell us more about that. But the bottom line is he was in New York. Now, you're making a very good point. Did he live in New York? Is he a New York native? Or did he come in from out of state and brought that weapon in? Because the weapon that he had was registered in Wisconsin. So you make a very good point. Let me give you a clap on that. Thank you. That's over in the Facebook area right now. This is in Facebook. We're broadcasting in multiple areas. We got a lady, Leg 75. And let me get to Trap Vision. If I can put his super chat up here. It might have went all the way up. You know how this StreamYard thing is. Sometimes it don't show you. And Share is in the house. Thank you. Trap Vision gave me a super chat as well, and I really wanted to acknowledge it. And I think, let me see this. And Club Den gave me a super chat. Let me hit that music. All right, I'm not using my other system today, so I'll give you what I don't think I have that for you, unfortunately. But I appreciate that.
I wake up, flex down that check, no drip.
Everybody, thank you for those super chats. Club.
No sleep, no rest.
Club Den, thank you for the super chat. Make sure you check out her channel. Make sure you check out Trap Vision's channel as well. He's a content creator. We got Chaos Rain in here. We got DOD in here. People coming out strong today. We got Sister Donna Just Being Real. I've known her for a long time on these YouTube streets. Glad to see her over. It's been a while, but still glad to see you here. Make sure you check out her channel. Always write down paper, and DOD has a channel as well. Write each other's names down so that you can check and see if people have a channel. I said Brother Chef is in the house. Give him some love too. He's in the house. Natural. There's somebody else. We got my man, Identity Withheld. Let me give him a clap.
Tell the truth.
And turn that off there. We got Identity Withheld came through. The Creed Man came through. Peggy Roster's here. 22 Ronan's in the house. Erica's in the house. Queen is here. Michael Ross, who also gave me a super chat. Trap Vision gave me a super chat as well. I just can't find it right now. It might have went up in a way. But brother, you gave me that super chat, and I really appreciate that. Let me see if I can find it down. Okay, here. No. Let me see if I can find it down below. Barbie girl, Tina gave me the super chat. And where is the one that Trap Vision? Oh, here we go. Trap Vision. Thank you. All right. Because a lot of people came in and I didn't get a chance to shout them out. We got Cooking at Pam's Place. Look, y'all. Look, y'all. This sister right here, Cooking at Pam's Place. Go over there. Check out her channel. Hit the bell of notification. I mean, you know how that bell is supposed to sound. It's supposed to sound like that. Wait a minute. Hit that bell notification. Hit that bell. Give her some love. Man, she makes food over there. The food that she makes your mouth want to water. You say, man, that's just how mom used to do it. That's how grandmom used to do it. And she make that food. You just want to reach out, grab the food out of the screen and put it in your mouth. I mean, Pam, Cooking at Pam's Place, her food is so good, it makes you want to slap somebody.
Thank you for the super chat.
All right? I'm not laughing to you. It make you want to slap somebody. The food's so good you want to slap yourself. Make you want to slap somebody's mama. The food is good over there, I'm telling you. So check out Sister Cooking at Pam's Place. The food is so good. You can eat it right off the screen. All right. That's my commercial. I just basically did a commercial for you. I'll charge you for that. But anyway, Barbie, Tina, everybody's so continue talking to each other. Let me get through the rest of this this video because it's going to end soon, and then hopefully I can throw a link in the chat room and we can have a short conversation. I wasn't expecting to go live today. I happened to have the time today and impromptu stream. And for impromptu stream, people are really coming out strong and supporting the channel. So I really appreciate that again. So let's go back over here with all that's been said and hear what's going on. And maybe they'll answer that question that the sister from Facebook had brought up, which I think was a good question.
Neighborhood in the moments after this happened, looking for video, and they've been able to track him. I think it's important we need to highlight that this is now being
if you can hear,
by the US
press
Attorney's
1 in the
Office.
chat
There were
room
a
if you
lot
can
of
hear.
questions about whether or not terrorism charges were going to be some kind of terrorism charges are going to be brought against us, whether this was terrorism. But we have an answer here from the U.S. Attorney's Office here in the Eastern District here, Brooklyn, not far from here. So one of the things that Mr. James is charged with is a charge that involves the prohibiting of terrorist violent acts against mass transit. There are other charges, but that is significant that we're seeing the FBI with the Department of Justice and the NYPD all working together. And now the U.S. Attorney's Office is going to be prosecuting him. They just released the complaint that they have filed against them. They also filed a warrant against them. And there's a lot of information in there about what happened here. The motive is going to be the big thing. And that is something that the FBI and the NYPD are going to continue to work through. Those YouTube videos are playing a significant role in that, because perhaps those rants that he goes on, those will help authorities figure out. A lot of work went into this in the last several hours, really 24, 30 hours into this. We're seeing what that wound up doing. They've been able to gather all this evidence against him. And they list all of that in the documents that they filed, from a debit card that they found to his cell phone that was left on scene, the U-Haul truck. So they have a lot of information. And now he's in custody. And the big question is he cooperating with law enforcement? Is he giving them any kind of statements? We'll learn about that perhaps at some point. And that's going to play a key role. But of course, you know, I was been in touch with some of the folks at the NYPD surrounding this arrest. And it is remarkable how all of this transpired when they received this call to Crime Stoppers saying that this male who fit this description was at a McDonald's. He'd left the McDonald's, and then the patrol sergeant and the other units were out looking, and they found him. And almost immediately, based on some of the information that I've been receiving, they realized it was him. And they put that over the radio, saying that we have him in custody. This is the man who was wanted in connection to the subway attacks, and he was taken without incident, and now he's being held. And we'll see. He's going to be in court at some point, so we are likely to learn a lot more information. I think there's a lot more here that we don't know, and we will be learning more, certainly in the days to come.
Yeah, of course, our team is digging through those documents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. This count held on one count of prohibiting terrorism and other violent acts against mass transit. So we'll see if there is some terror nexus that they believe is involved, domestic terrorism, or that other violent acts on mass transit covers what we saw yesterday.
We do have the complaint here, and it sounds like that's the statute, Commissioner, that it's not like when we hear the word terrorism, obviously
yes.
Our antenna goes up, but that's the statute, and they have a lot of investigating, as you say, to do. But I also thought that it was interesting, one of the YouTube videos that this guy had put out the day before the shooting, he described that he was heading back from where he was living in Milwaukee, heading back east to Philadelphia, which he said is very triggering for him because he had PTSD from all that had gone on there. And again,
Black Anonymous, I see you.
For years,
share the video. Thank you all for being here. Like the video.
He had been in trouble with law enforcement. I mean, so who knows what he was referring to? But I mean, to your point, Commissioner, the amount of information that they now have to sift through, all of these detectives, they've probably been up for 30 hours trying to catch him. And now their real work begins.
Allison, you're right. I mean, but there are some cases, and this is one of them, where the detectives, they sleep in their cars. If they need a break, they sleep in the office on the floor, but they keep going, get a couple of hours, and they got to get back to it. This is one of those cases. And I mean, from the detectives to the patrol officers, who, even with the tip, if he wasn't at the McDonald's, what did they do? They kept looking for him. They weren't lazy. They didn't just, get on the air code to call and say, hey, we don't see him. They kept canvassing. This is police work. This is great police work.
Okay. We can see that this brother is caping very hard.
It's needed in New York and many other cities. So
wait a minute. Let's stop. Right now, I'm not negating the fact that if this brother did this, he's completely wrong as sin. But I just find it interesting when you see black people who get up on programs like this and they start caping. This brother is caping strong for the NYPD, who, by the way, has done bad things to black people in that city. We know that. It's been documented, right? But he's caping hard as if he's reading a Marvel comic book. I'm just saying, he's caping a little bit strong. I mean, he's putting a little bit too much of the mustard on the burger.
So they're doing the work. And even though he is in custody, I just got to stress, like you're saying, Alex.
Thank you for the super chat too, Sheriff. Thank you. Let me put you on the screen here. Can I put you on the screen?
That federal prosecutor needs to go into court and hit a grand slam.
Oh, here we go.
Well,
there we go. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate it.
Your passion
Thank you
and
for
the
the
pride
super
you
chat.
feel for what those
Appreciate
detectives
that.
have done in this short period of time. And as we speak about the work that still must be done, Shimon, let me come to you, and I'll acknowledge that this question may be premature, but your reporting has been fantastic. Do you know if they are looking for potentially anyone else involved who supported, who helped over the last 30 hours?
No, there's no one that they're looking for. They don't think he had any kind of help. They think he is solely responsible for this. But what they want to do and what they've been doing is talking to anyone who knows him, family members, other people, friends perhaps, you know, kind of going through his life to try and see if anything was missed. The YouTube video was posted 3 weeks ago. Some of that information certainly is something, as we've been reporting, they're going through, but they also want to know if he talked to anyone about how he was feeling. Was he seeking any kind of help anywhere? Was there anything going on in his life that could have indicated that this was going to happen and perhaps could have prevented it?
That's
We
right.
don't know
That's
when he
right,
started planning this, but
Angelica.
clearly
That's
there
right,
was,
what you just said.
some planning that went into this. When you think about, he purchased the gas mask, we're told.
Y'all
on
all correct in the
eBay.
chat room.
He had the fireworks. that
All
he
you,
purchased
all of
10
you. I love
months
you all
ago.
for being here.
Did he
Y'all
start
correct.
planning
Y'all
this
making good
then
points
when
in
he
there.
purchased fireworks, or was
He
this
made
something more
videos
recent,
about wanting to.
like in the last few weeks? We don't know, but that is something that investigators
Wait a minute.
are going to want to know.
I'm gonna stop this in a moment, but you're telling me, Glitch, you're saying that he made videos about wanting to take his father's life? Is that true? Is anybody else familiar with James Franklin's content? I never knew this guy existed on YouTube, never ran past his content, never. I'm pretty sure YouTube has probably shut down the YouTube page. They probably completely deleted it, obliterated it off of YouTube. Has anybody found his YouTube page to see what his content was? Because if he was making content like that, that's kind of crazy. I got to be honest, that's kind of crazy. As anybody. What's going on, Carolina? Thank you. Thank you for coming over today. I really appreciate that, sister. Give you a clap as well. DOD said he hadn't heard of him. DOD said, I have not heard of him either. Let me see what Glitch is saying again. Yes, because he said he watched his father bust his mother's head open with a stone. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. This must have happened when he was a kid, so he has childhood trauma from seeing what his mother did. But see, even if that is true, what has that got to do with why would that drive a man to go on a subway train? So they said that he did it, because we don't know yet. Hell, they thought he was just a person that they wanted to talk to. What would make a man do something like that to people who have nothing to do with him? You know? Okay, we got, who's coming in the house right now? We got Life of a Grand Master Troll. Oh, no, don't come and troll me. No, Grandmaster Troll, no. What's going on? So Grandmaster Troll says that that he was on BGS's Get More's channel back in the days. Wow. Woo. Well, you know what? No matter what, none of us are responsible. If I had somebody on my platform, right, and he did something that none of us saw coming, well, you just don't know what anybody's going to do. When they do it, then you denounce them when you find out they did something horrible and you cut loose your ties with them. But, you know, this is a bad reflection on YouTube when you have dudes on YouTube who are incels, who are hovering all type of dangerous thoughts. That's why we got to watch this. This is why I'm not with this. You know, we can critique some of the things that we don't like about what black men or black women or men and women are doing. Everyone has a right to give their critique. I said today, I believe that as a man, I think we should deal with women who we're attracted to, women that we find are qualified to be in our life. And women, you should deal with men who are qualified to be in your life as well, meaning we should be bringing something to the table to equally yoke each other, right? There's nothing wrong with those type of critiques, but when you get into this, I hate that, it makes me wonder who else out there on these YouTube streets has the potential to go do something real goofy. So Grandmaster Troll said that he used to run around in these streets talking a lot of stuff on different channels, and Man, this is crazy. We got my man Truth in the house. True is in the house. What's going on, True? Let me give you a clap. Coming over from Haps TV. What's going on, brother? What's going on? I'm probably going to have a panel and bring a few people upstairs, have a brief conversation. Because I was supposed to be laying on my butt today doing an online training, work-related, which I'm still going to do. But, man, this is crazy. Let's just get back to the rest of this feed, and then we'll get into a little small panel for a while. What's going on, True? It's good to see you over here, brother. Everybody who's come in the house, really appreciate you, especially at this time of the day. Okay, let's get back into it.
And part of it is because the subways are a very sensitive location for New York City. And, you know, as we've been talking about, it's the lifeline of this city. So many people, everyone that lives in here in some way relies on the subway.
Cruz says, I live walking distance from 36th Street Station. Wow, Cruz.
And that is something that is very concerning.
Welcome to the channel.
To the
if you're new to the channel, subscribe.
What happened
Freeman
here?
Media,
Was there
Freeman
anything that they
Media,
could
I
have
sent
done
you a
better
link
to try
last
and
Sunday to
prevent
be
this
on
from
that
happening? The
reparation
issue
show,
with
brother.
cameras. Was there anything
I
else
sent
that
you a
could have
link
been
to
done,
your
to prevent this? Do
to
they need
your
to
phone.
Do they need to put more police officers?
But we're going to do it again. We're going to do a part
metal
2 to the reparation
detectors,
show
subways.
this
So the
Sunday.
mayor has a
So
lot to
I'll give you
figure
another
out.
link again.
New York
We got
City,
Hard
this
Talk
is
Radio in the house.
Kind of a punch to this city.
What's going
But,
on?
You know, New Yorkers are resilient. We've seen them back on the subways this morning, last night. People have to go to work. People have to go to school. And so they rely on this subway. And so this is something that the city needs to figure out.
I'm going to have a panel, so if anybody wants to come up and give their
They need to make
thoughts.
people feel comfortable that they can
This is
ride
crazy.
the subways, and that is
I'll be
something
put-
that
I'll put
they're
the
gonna
link
have
in
to
the
do,
chat
and that's
room.
going to be all part of the investigation.
So Freeman, brother Freeman,
I'm so
if you
glad
want
you're
to,
bringing that
Freeman
up,
Media,
Shimon,
if you want to
because
come
I have
up.
been debating all day.
True,
Do
if
I
you
go
want
on
to
the
come up as
subway
well, or
today
anybody.
and show
And we'll have a brief
strength,
conversation.
You know, a show of strength that we're not going to
This
let
is crazy.
you know this kind of crime and terror stop us, or am I afraid of copycat crimes, which sometimes happen after horrific atrocities? People get other ideas and do things. And so, Shimon, I'm sure you heard, I think it was the MTA chief today say something like, we need more visibility of cops on the platforms and in subway cars like we used to in, you know, decades gone by. And it's true that when I ride the subway, which I do every week, I don't see cops in the subway cars. And I don't know if that's by design or lack of manpower, but is there talk of some of that shift, the visibility of uniformed cops being more of a show of force now?
So there is some talk of that. The subway system is just too big, right? Let's be honest. You can't put cops in every subway station. You can't put officers on every subway car. But something has to be figured out. So what do they do? I mean, this is something that the NYPD is going to need to figure out. The mayor campaigned on this, making the city safer. Crime is a problem right now in this city. Violent crime, certainly. Crime in the subway is a problem. Everyone talks about it. You know, we have coworkers who are afraid to ride subways, friends, family members who don't want to go on the subway even before this. So the city needs to figure this out. They have brought in state police to assist in some cases. Do they now move some of the officers that are out on patrol in the streets and move them into the subway system? That is perhaps something that they may consider, but they're going to have to come up with some kind of plan. And you can't just do this in the days after something like this happens to make people safe. This has to be a long-term plan, and they have to figure out what they can do to make people feel they're going to be okay if they get on the subway and they're going to make it home or they're going to make it to school. It's really something that is very concerning to a lot of people living in the city, but also tourists. We can't, you know, this is a big city. People come here from all over the world. This is national news, international news. This is resonating everywhere across the world. And that is also something that the mayor and city officials consider, because we need tourists to come here. And so they want them to come here, but they don't want them to be afraid because they're seeing stories about horrific attacks on the subway. And they're going to say, you know what, I'm not going to come there. I'm afraid for my life.
Yeah, I can tell you, I took the train home yesterday from Brooklyn to Harlem, and the car was packed as like a normal rush hour. You know,
did you see more police around?
I did see a couple of officers. I will say that we know that the CEO of the MTA said that he asked during the de Blasio administration for those officers that you mentioned, that Mayor Adams says he wants them. And this is what he says. Jano Lieber says that the system needs. We'll see if that happens. Shimon Prokupez and Commissioner Barksdale, thank you both. In the last hour, the White House
And bring a few people up in just a moment. Give me a minute. Let's get at it. I appreciate you being up here. I just put a link in the chat room if anybody wants to come upstairs and talk about this for a short moment. If you want to come up, and give your opinion, we'll just see.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to this channel.
All right. What's up, everybody? So I guess maybe people are busy today. Hey, Golden Melanin, good to see you. Trap Vision, everybody. Angelica T Breezy is in the house. Okay, we got somebody want to talk for a little bit. Let's bring her on up. How you doing, Sister Erica? What's going on?
Hello. Hey,
Hello.
I'm trying to get my Bluetooth on. It's not working, but
I think we can hear you though.
Okay, good.
But
I
can
just
you hear
wanted.
me? Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Good. Go ahead, sister.
I just wanted to drop my, 2 cents from the little GED section, but I just feel like, this guy is so random. He was very self-loathing, self-hating Black man with, lots of mental health issues, which is nothing new. And, he was 62 years old. That speaks a lot to find out what era is he coming from.
Yes.
Then on top of all of that, look at what's going on. And you hit on everything. The DC snipers, the young boy he was basically kidnapped to go along with that sniping stuff. And that was like the only one we can go back and say Black mass murderer, Black mass shooter, because this guy here didn't kill anybody. And the mental health illness around that guy who was doing all kind of stuff to his family. We get these randoms and they are nothing but like they're avatars. They're not, their brain has been so taken over by Caucasoid, culture. They're not acting out of, we do random acts of stuff if it's gang related. And usually when it's gang related, it's monetary. We're fighting over. Right. This here is so random. Like you have no enemies on that subway. That's out the norm. We don't really do that. So then I said, wow, look at what's going on. We have Grandmaster Jay, John Fitzgerald, finna go on trial just for aiming a gun in the direction of the police. Nobody's taking into thought the chess moves that are being played out right here. That is what we call a straw man. He's just a sacrificial pawn who probably has a lot of white allies that he is, acting out something on the part of. I don't believe he acted alone. Then you have it, like you said, they don't call white people terrorists or domestic terrorists. They call them mass shooters. And the ones that did the shooting on the 6th, they call them insurrectionists.
Right.
They call them, and that's a badge of honor because they're standing up to the government. This man is being portrayed as not only, random, but ignorant, because how are you going to tell us you caught him so quick, but then you also tell us he left tons of breadcrumbs. Like a Black person are not capable to be strategic. When you had the white guy who shot up the whole thing over there at the music festival, he was already prepared to die in the hotel room. So you mean that you're going to let us just go out like we don't have the same mental capability to act out? Like, think about it now. Even the little high school mass killers had more strategic ability than this guy here. You're telling us, oh, we caught him so fast. Oh, we did this and we did that. He was at Who does that? You go on you have a plan to shoot up the subway and then you go have a Happy Meal?
Well, we know that originally, I'm only going by what they told us in the media. The media is what it is. They told us that he was first a person of interest, that there was a key that was found on the scene that linked to a truck or a U-Haul or whatever you want to call it.
Breadcrumb.
A breadcrumb that was linked to him. And they said they just wanted to talk to him because he was a person of interest. He went from a person of interest to being the person that did this, according to the media. And of course, the New York police is now patting themselves on the back. They're beating their chests, and they're going to do whatever they can to make whatever stick on this guy, this brother. But I got to say this, though. I don't excuse anybody's behavior, no matter what race they are. If you did this, then you got to pay the price. However, as you had repeated, I just noticed right then and there very quickly that they're already using the word terrorist. And I just noticed when you have like we were saying, when white men do this sort of crime, it's the media somehow they can't roll terrorism off their tongue.
But coming from the short bus, what we cannot overlook is how how convenient the timing is. When we already know that what they want to counteract is Black vigilantes, like Black acts of terrorism, because we have not been, look at this, like you said, the first thing popped in my mind was the DC sniper. And how many years ago was that incident? Now they have a brand new poster boy with melanated skin to pass off and say, look there, look at those. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's terrible. And I'm sorry that he did, sign up for whatever, but I don't believe he's all on this on his own. There's no way nobody gonna.
I'll just say this. I don't think that that's a very good point. He may not have done this by himself.
I don't.
But there's some people in the chat room are saying, the question is, because let's just be fair here. When white males do this kind of crime, they label them very quickly mentally ill, and they try to get away from the terrorists to mental ill
always
person.
I agree. 100%.
I want to know how quick. I want to see how long it's going to take them to take into account this man's mental health, because you can make an argument for someone, if someone does this, why in the hell would you be in a McDonald's having a meal unless, my sister, he could have some mental breakdown. If this man has been stressing, and people are saying in the chat room that it's been reported that he had rants on YouTube of wanting to do things or what have you.
But you know
he could be suffering from something too, as well.
Yes, sir. But you know what, Info Man, and we kind of know each other a little from Black Enough. I'm in the mental health. I'm a peer-to-peer specialist. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you one thing: with Black men, they will deny, and they will put their pride before the fall. This man here, you can already look at the way he was looking at some of them mugshots. He's ready to fall on his sword. He's got this castle, the Stockholm syndrome is so deep in there. He will say if he gets a public pretender, he will go with whatever the public pretender says. He won't argue. He won't watch. Just watch. I'm willing to bet my money on it that he will just say, yep, whatever, like whatever.
See, this should be a this should be a reminder to all of us as a people that Black people, we do need to stop being in denial of mental health problems. I work as a mental health professional as well. I see it every day. We have to stop being in denial of these things. I'm not saying this to get him off the hook or make excuses if he did this, but mental health plays a big role. Now, let's be honest. Look, if you are a Black person in America, as a Black man and woman and child, guess what? By default, you already have mental health problems. Because why? We're the only group of people who have to always go out into the world and be told by our parents, now, if you get stopped by a cop, you got to act this way. We're the only group of people who have to walk a certain way, talk a certain way. You can't even go to work with your own natural hair without them harassing you, because now they had to make a law that called the Crown Act, that now Black women can wear their locks and their hair braided. See all the bullshit that we deal with. So being in America as a Black man and woman, because of these obstacles, which I'm not saying that we should use those obstacles not to go forward in life and use it as a crutch to say, I can't do anything. But these are things that play on our mental health. Not to mention, let me say this too, that it has already been proven, my sister, that if you have a Caucasian doctor versus a Black doctor, you stand a higher chance of you stand a higher chance of not surviving from your serious illness under the care of a white doctor. And the stress that we deal with, whether it be racism, prejudice, not getting the jobs because we've been undervalued, not to mention that I can have a master's degree and a white boy could have a high school degree and could possibly make more money than me. Right? So all those things play into our mental health and our anger. Now, I'm not saying this to say it's any excuse for what he may have did if they prove that he did do it without a doubt. I'm saying there's a lot that we deal with other than other groups of people that play into our psyche and can play into our rage and behavior. I'll stop there.
And I'm going to log off too, but what that being said, that brings up the baby down here in Florida, Corey Puyo, who was working at the Dunkin' Donuts. We don't know. I know a little bit, but not much more what else his life was. But he was triggered by the N-word, and nobody called in that red flag. I try to teach my tribe. I'm not old enough to teach many, but the ones under me, because I just turned 40. But the ones coming up under me, I try to tell them, don't let that word trigger you. But you got to think about the mental subliminal when you get them with that word off guard, and they already dealing with so much that goes right to their subliminal. So anyways, yes, the mental health is always real. But when it comes to our Black men, they have been so stigmatized against it. This man here, I bet you he won't let nobody do no mental health evaluation. He probably will go along and try to pass the mental health evaluation. He won't ever use that to his defense. He'll be like, I know if he admits that he did this, he will say, I knew what I did and I know why I did it.
Well, let me say that right here. If he uses this is going to be an interesting twist, because we see the white mass shooters get off sometimes for the death penalty, like what happened to Dylan Roof. They'll use the mental health jacket as a way to get lesser time or avoid the death penalty. You already heard the mayor of New York, Mike Adams say that they're already saying they're looking to get this man for life, and they're going to throw that terrorism on him. So what I'm interested to see is if James Franklin says that he's got mental health problems, will they take that into account and label him with the mental health like they do white mass shooters? I'm just curious about that.
They'll victimize the victim. Then they'll tell him, well, you should have done A, B, and C. You should have kept up with your medication. If he was on medication, if he was seeing.
We'll see.
But thank you. I'm going to go back to the chat.
Okay. I appreciate you, sister. Let me give you a clap. But let me just say this. I got to make sure no one gets this twisted. I'm not saying that what he did, if they prove that he did it, that he should have did it, that it was right. No, he's wrong as sin.
Right.
But what I'm also saying is I want to see how they handle his case in relation to how they handle white mass shooters.
Well,
I'm very curious about that.
I just want the fam to know, please do not be, taken off guard, because look at how convenient this is when we know they are trying to keep us in fear of like the boogeyman, like, oh, the Black people are finna become a bunch of Candymans. They finna be running around here doing random. No, we're not. Stop it.
No, we're not, because how often we can literally count on maybe one hand the number of times that we've seen a Black person do something to this level.
But the first thing comes to mind is how convenient.
I'm surprised, and I'm not saying to say that I want to see this happen, but I'm surprised that Black people haven't engaged in behavior like this even more, given our history and the things that have happened to us. I'm surprised that we didn't do more. Now, we know during slavery, there were slave rebellions.
Not strategic.
Right.
This is not. Even if we come from Nat Turner DNA,
yes,
this here is not a strategic move. And I do not like the way the media is trying to portray us as buffoons. We're not those people. That is a calcified brain, and that's a Black man avatar. That's not a real, authentic, foundational Black American.
Well, we're going to see how this all plays out in the wash. And let me just say this too. The people that were harmed yesterday, I want to say my prayers goes out to them, because that could be any of us on that train.
Right.
Black, white, I don't care what your race is. Any of us could be on a train.
Shot up too.
Right.
Black people was in the Walmart.
Any of us could be living in New York right now, and we could have been the victim of that on that train yesterday. So let's keep that. I'm just going to keep that in mind. Any of us could be the victim of anybody, white, Black, or otherwise, who's got it in their mind to go on a train and do some spraying people like that.
Right.
And we're also lucky that there weren't actually tons more of people that died because I think there was no deaths, but there were 13 injuries, I believe. So this whole thing is a shame, and we're gonna see how it plays out, sister. So thank you for coming upstairs and joining us. All right, we got the fellas here. My man Trap Vision in the house.
What's up, baby?
All right, we got my man Media, who brother, I should have just called your phone, but I sent you a link and hoping that you would come on with me last Sunday. But we're gonna do another reparation show, so hopefully I can get you on this upcoming Sunday. So Trap Vision, I'm gonna go over to Freeman Media in just a moment. Trap, what's going on?
Yes,
what are
sir.
your thoughts about this?
You know what? I want to just the young lady that just left out, kind of piggybacking off of hers, man. Just look at the 10,000-foot view on this situation. You don't know what the overall situation is, and I'm not condoning this man mental issues and stuff like that. And you guys touched on the fact that, you know, as being black, we have to deal with a whole lot more. So there's a lot more stressors. There's a lot more things that will push us over the edge. But the breadcrumbs, and I'm not talking about the keys that they found. It was just convenient for this stuff to happen. Earlier in the chat, before you even had us up, you were saying, I had put in the chat about YouTube will pull your channel for playing monetized music. So if I played Monica or Boys and Men or something like that, they'll shut my live down, right? They have bots or whatever they have to monitor that. But you got to think back before they had that child thing happen, your children were being exposed on YouTube unsafely. You know what I'm saying? And YouTube knew what was going on. They monitor this stuff on a regular basis.
Facts.
But they allowed it to happen until too many cases started coming up. Kids were getting kidnapped or like inappropriate behavior was happening. And he's not the only one on this platform. I've come across a couple of YouTubers where they're saying something just inappropriate or suicidal or something like that, and there's no monitors. It's almost like somebody put in the chat earlier, it's all about the money. And we don't know how much money's involved. And I'm gonna tell you something. I suffer from PTSD. All right.
Okay.
I served 16 years in the military, and I've seen the worst of humanity overseas. I've seen the worst of humanity here. I remember doing a lot of stuff in my military career, just couldn't explain how human beings can put themselves in a certain light. But I don't want nobody to be fooled. Just watch the verbiage that's being said, because you guys hitting all the points. When somebody of color does something wrong, you're labeled a terrorist. And I just mentioned this in somebody else's chat a few days ago. Racism hasn't been more stronger now than it was back, or like when my parents was coming up. And I just found out this year that my mom actually marched with Martin Luther King. She was telling me a story about it. He was out in Chicago, and they had dogs released out on him and stuff like that. But when you see these pictures, we're viewed as the worst thing ever. And when you label somebody black as a terrorist, that goes across the board, right? And I'm sick of this subject, but when they talked about Will Smith and the whole Slapgate thing, that went across the board is like, look what he represents black folks. So this guy in this terrorist now, he represents all blacks. And I'm like, oh, so that just kind of gives certain people or certain whites a ticket to be scared, to arm themselves. And my buddy was just telling me yesterday that they're about to legalize, you don't need a permit to carry in the state of Georgia. I don't know when that's going to go into law, but dude, like that's almost like a freebie. If you see somebody of color and you don't need a permit, you could just open fire if you feel threatened. Just like Trayvon Martin, you was like, stand your ground. You know, and I look at it from this side, flip it around. Trayvon Martin stood his ground and he died for it.
Right.
And my man, he got on scot-free, and then they auctioned off the gun that killed this young man. Right. You know what I'm saying? So all of these things play into, you know, like, and I'm just saying, and I'm speaking from somebody that suffers from, man, look, when I tell you, I have no problem with talking about what I have to go through, you know what I'm saying? Severe depression and anger, you know what I'm saying? And rightfully so. I got diagnosed with PTSD prior to going to the service. And guess what? They still sent me. And it just added what I saw over there. And I won't like talk about what I saw, like humanity. when you talk about the ghetto here, I grew up in Southside Chicago. I had relatives that stayed in Cabrini Green, Argyle Gardens. Those are rough spots. You see some of the craziest things, and that ain't touching stuff I seen in Iraq. That ain't, I'm talking about, it's a walk in the park into what I seen in Iraq. Different culture. So my thing is this. I just want to say this, man. I want people to keep their eyes open. I don't care what race you are. Keep your eyes open. And somebody put in there, I don't trust CNN. I don't trust all of them got an agenda. All of them have an agenda, and it's whatever's popular. They don't care about your kids. They don't care about you. They don't care if you lose your property. Our cultural reparation show, man, I thought that was dope. I actually shared that out with some people and led some people to your channel because I think they need to know that, man. But overall, this is a blow in the Black community. It's horrible. And again, I'm with you. I don't condone this dude's actions, man, because that's ridiculous. I don't care if he was paid to do it or if he just had, like you say, a mental break. Because, I mean, look, I got issues. You know what I'm saying? I got severe anger, and I never, like, put myself in a position where, like, man, I'm about to just go up here to the park. And it's like 80 people out here. I'm about to just air everybody out just because.
Right.
That makes no sense to me.
Let me make this point real quick.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to say it in a certain way that everybody's going to know what I'm talking about. When you're on YouTube, this guy was on YouTube. They said he was a YouTuber as well. You know, on YouTube, we have certain spaces that people are members of, right? If he was associated with certain spaces that they're already sort of looking at as saying, oh, these are spaces where they're teaching hate. If it comes out in the wash that he had relations to any of these spaces that are already under scrutiny, it's going to cause even more problem to those spaces because they can now label him not only as a terrorist, but now they can say, oh, the spaces that he hung out in YouTube and the people that hung around him, oh, maybe they're with this behavior as well. You know, that's how they do Black people. Anything we do, anywhere we hang, oh, everybody else is in the same bag with you. So keep that in mind that this is just another way for them to say, let's really look at particularly Black men on YouTube. Let's really examine the Black male on YouTube and watch what they're saying out of their mouths so that we can already have, and you know that they're already got a book on you. All right. Social media is just another way, whether we want to believe it or not, for them to keep tabs on you too. Facebook, all that stuff was created for our so-called recreational pleasure, but it's also another way to keep tabs on the masses. Let's just keep it real about that. Because it's funny how, no, it's not funny. You notice how they had so much information on this dude real quick. In the YouTube played a role in that. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, Trap Vision 3D.
Sure.
We got my man Freeman Media. I had to mute you for a minute because I see you was doing God's work right there.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, man?
Hey, first and foremost, I appreciate you bringing me up, but I want to apologize for Sunday because I wasn't able to get back with you. I had some things going on. We had a little flood at the house, and then my garage door decided to crack in half. And you know, when things start happening, you got to start acting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. Home is priority, brother.
Yeah, yes. I missed out on the cast, and those things are important to me because when I get invited, that means I must have did something prior to being invited. You know what I mean? So I really took that personally that I wasn't able to get up, but I'll definitely be ready for the next one. You know,
we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a part 2 on Sunday because the brother that I had on, he had a
solid work.
He had to do some. He had to go back in the field and keep doing the work of what we were talking about.
Right.
But he said he'll come back on so we can have more time to really break down what's going on in California with the reparations movement, the work that's being done, how people can get involved from afar, and what they're doing here is going to benefit all of us across the country, because
Absolutely.
it's opening up the Pandora's box for
Absolutely.
us to be able to make the move in other places. So give us your honest thought, because I know you probably talked about this on Haps, or you will be talking about this on Haps, and everybody, you can find them on Haps, and tell everybody your because you get pretty good numbers on Twitter. Tell everybody your Twitter, so if they want to hear you off on Twitter, let them know where they can find you.
Absolutely. I'm on Freedman Media on all platforms, I believe. Let me make sure, because
and you're on YouTube as well. Yeah,
I am on YouTube as well as Freedman Media. If you can go to Freedman Media, it's fine, but Freedman Media 1874 will take you right to the page from what I know now. My Twitter has officially been changed over to Freedman Media. For some reason, they weren't giving me the ID. They weren't letting me. I was reel to reel for a minute, but now I am Freedman Media on Twitter Space, and appreciate the people out in Twitter. I don't post on Twitter. I've been in some Twitter rooms, been getting kicked out of a lot of them.
Yeah, Twitter's funny like that.
But the life is really been good on Twitter, and I'm on IG at Freedman Media as well. So
okay,
one of the things that I want to do for all of us that are tuning into this, Black media right now is where it's at. Right now, where it's at, it's not on MSNBC, CNN, C-SPAN, any of your Black media is online. I'm not necessarily going to say it's on YouTube, but it's online. And we've got to feed ourselves our own narrative, because the narrative that they're trying to spin on anything that happens out here is wrong. And I believe the narrative that they're spinning on this situation, there's some more depth. And I've heard the sister speak, I've heard the brother speak, heard you speak already. There's more depth to this story than they're letting off.
Right.
Because they knew too much about the guy too soon, but you don't know enough. And you can't find him. All of a sudden, he done disappeared. This person is well-resourced. He was well-resourced enough to get the weaponry and the things that he had. Now he's well-resourced enough to just disappeared off the planet.
Right.
There's something else going on here. There's something more sinister here than they're talking about, and it'll come out. The other thing I want to know is, too, is he a freedman? Is he a native Black American? Because a lot of things that we've been getting blamed for out here has been other people. Has been people from the Caribbean, have been people from the continent of Africa and other areas. But because they have melanin in their skin, they're given that title of an African American or a Black male.
Right.
And we ain't
so
taking the L.
If you're a Black person, you're a Black person from anywhere in the world, and you live in America, and you do something negative, it gets lumped into Black American culture, and they'll say, "What's wrong with Black Americans?" And then you say, "Well, wait a minute now. But this is the thing, though. That's a very good point. But at the end of the day, we know that no matter where we come from in the diaspora of the world, when we do something, they label us a lot different, right? When you look at all the other mass shooters, when everybody was saying, well, can you give us information about him? Well, we're still investigating him. What school did he go to? Well, we don't know. We don't even know if he's got a birth certificate. We're still investigating that too.
Right.
When a Black man does something one day and they got your birth certificate, they know where you were getting busy, your first day with a woman, they know what junior high school you went to, what pack of now letters you buy. Every damn thing.
Your third grade teacher possibly was like, he was always a little strange.
Right.
That was way too quick. That was
way too quick. So we're going to see what's going to happen. Let me just say to Joanne, Instinct Football, thank you for the super chat, my sister. Let me give you that.
Thank you for the super
Now, this
chat.
sister right here is from France. She has a channel where she follows football over in France. Great channel. Thank you. She always comes by every now and then and give me a little bit of love. And thank you. That's my French connection, my French sister there. Peace to you. Much love to you. All right. Let's get back on it. Oh, Trap Vision. I'll be disrespectful if I didn't do this. Let everybody know where they can find your channel and the sort of things that you do on your channel.
Oh man, you can find me. Just type in Trap Vision 3D. YouTube breaks it up, so just put Trap Vision in 3D, and you'll find me over there. I do a lifestyle of watches, hats, vacations, and things of that nature. I'll say once a year, we give money back to stuff like cancer research. And this year we're doing sickle cell. So I've been collecting money. We actually just sent a package out to a guy that suffer from sickle cell a few days ago, as a matter of fact. So yeah, that's what I usually do.
How can one, like, if I want to donate, is it simply, do I simply give you Cash App money?
So
Super
yeah,
Chat
so you
money,
can,
or is there?
you can hit my Cash App or Super Chat. I know they have that, what they call it, a super thanks or something like that. So if the show's already gone off, I qualify for that. You can send that money, and I take a good portion of it to send back into that. So let's say I'm just like American Cancer Society. They take 20%, put back into keeping lights on. Everything else goes out to the people that need it.
Okay. You know what I would like? If I don't know if anybody in the chat room, and Truth, if you want to come on and join, man, I'll put a link. Anybody else is welcome to join. Come on up here, True. Hit the link and it'll let you come right into the system. But is there anybody in the chat room or anybody that's listening right now who has a video or a clip or something of this guy? I would like to see what his rhetoric was. I mean, I didn't know what's going on, Sir Obey. I didn't know anything about this dude on YouTube personally.
Somebody just put in the chat. I was reading the comments. Somebody said that he had like 100 subscribers at one point, and now today he got like 4,000 or 1,000 subscribers or whatever.
So I guess YouTube hasn't knocked his channel down yet.
I guess not. Somebody put it in the chat earlier.
What? Well, if somebody knows that, then what's the name of the channel? I want to see what kind of rhetoric he was talking.
All right.
I want to know. Well, I'll probably YouTube will probably shut me down if I play any of his videos. They probably be like, oh no, we don't want his videos being played. I get it. I get what's going on right now. And I'm not going to do that, but I just want to know for my own personal consumption to be able to hear what was this man's rhetoric.
Yeah, that's interesting right there.
Now, wait a minute. Somebody did say earlier, Trap Vision and Freeman Media, who is aware of his channel, that he had videos where he was talking about the hate that he had for his father. If that's true, and how he wanted to do harm to his father. So he must have been deeply, if that's true, a disturbed man. Maybe a very deeply disturbed man. And here go Brother Truth that's come up here. What's going on, man? What's going on? I'm gonna give you a clap. Welcome to the show.
I'm sorry, I gotta silence you here. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
All right, now, good to see you too. I want to know, and the audience wants to know, and this is Brother Truth here. Truth, he's a good brother.
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up?
I gotta get your opinion on these shenanigans, man, on what's going on. What is your opinion? They seem to know everything about this guy like that. What is your thoughts? And they've already have put the terrorism label. And I'm not saying that what he did was right, but I just noticed how they take a long time. They don't want to put terrorism on white mass shooters. But it's just interesting how they were easy to put the label on him very quickly. And I'm not saying what he did was right. It was despicable if he did it.
Right. Well, I ran through this yesterday. Former New York City police officer. I actually lived like a block from that stop when I lived in New York.
Oh,
right?
shit.
So when this whole thing went down, I told on my show yesterday, this guy's got by coffee tomorrow, because I ran through all of this. And it seemed loose. It seemed too loose to be like, me and my boys are going to do this thing, right? And here's one example. I said, so you get on this subway, right? The subway doors close. You start lighting shit, and this is New York City subway. People are just going to stand there. The people will watch you pull a howitzer out of your bag, right? They won't say anything. You've seen these videos. They're all over. Like, mayhem goes on the subway. There's 60 people watching, right? So they're watching him do this. I'm thinking he thought in his head he was going to do this thing, shoot some people. He was going to have time to kneel down, turn your back to all these people you don't know, like in the movies. He brought a hatchet, like he was going to be in some hand-to-hand physical movie shit, right? He's 65. So he in my head, he starts this thing. He realizes he's not gonna be able to light a fuse and flick, and right. He had a spray bottle of gasoline. Liquid gasoline doesn't burn. Fumes burn, right? So this is why if you're at a car gas station, the liquid doesn't catch. It's the fumes, right? Because don't smoke because the fumes. Otherwise, you'd have to dip the light, right? So it just all seemed like somebody
come on, True, say it. Tell the truth.
Right? It sounds like somebody who was angry and who was sort of, man, it's hot out here.
Tell the truth.
Degrees here. He struck me as someone who was angry, but he didn't strike me as, none of this struck me as, all right, I'm gonna hit this subway, and then you guys go do that. And then, you know, it didn't seem like any planning. And then when I heard how he ran, he just dropped everything and ran away, right? Dropped the gun, right? Dropped his credit card. I was like, oh, dude, this dude is not ready for prime time.
So so basically, one can make the inference that he's not a professional. That it was slop. He did what he did. He was sloppy in his execution.
Right.
But I know some people are saying
like he probably represents the Black Lives Matter movement. He's one of an agent saying right. So you're watching this and you're going, and you know my show. I'm always like, we need to get our act together because this is ridiculous. At this point, you're just being wiped out at the call of anybody who wants to wipe you out. Versus, look,
what's his profession?
I think he was just some loose. I hate to say random, but you know he didn't have much going on because
he had to do something.
Yeah, he was 60. What is he? 63 years old or something like that.
Doctor, he wouldn't have did that, right?
Let's see what the chat says.
I'm asking, like,
let me see if anybody was in the chat.
Was he a plant worker? Like, was he somebody? Because you can start to look at a person's history, right? What they've been going through for the last 30, 40 years. You ain't gonna be on this planet, and he ain't skinny. He ain't all jacked. That man is big, so somebody been feeding him. He's been somewhere. All of a sudden, he decided to do something. I get it, but he don't look like he's just a throwaway, like he's some stray.
Yeah, you know, that's a very good point. He don't look like some dude that's sleeping on a street corner. Trap Vision, you have a military background. You said you've been in overseas. You've seen some things that can make spiders crawl up your behind.
Yes, sir.
What is your thought about him? Does he look like some dude that just, we know he was on YouTube.
Look, I'm gonna follow my man down here, man. I'm gonna call him random.
Okay.
That's a random dude. I'm gonna put it to you like this. When I was doing my exit with the military, I had a super secret clearance. And to get one of those, you have to go through so much background checks, questioning, all the stuff you got to go through, right? And one of the things is they don't, you know, you can be bribed because you know stuff, because you're here. You know what I'm saying? And I literally dealt with people that if somebody from the Islamic hate group approached an American, I don't care what color you are, and they say, hey man, I give you $30,000 to take this bag and do this. Anybody's subject to do that. Anybody. I don't care what race you are. And the way stuff is going right now, you don't know. Like, and one thing I hate about when people talk about PTSD, I've seen it where it's generalized. PTSD has so many different layers, man. It got more layers than an onion. So you can't say if he got some mental issues, I can't say his PTSD is like mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could be completely different.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? From looking at
Wait a minute. We have a great supporter of the show saying here that he said in New York would be his last video before he goes away. And someone else asked me a question from Facebook saying, was he from New York or was he someone who came in from the outside?
He was from someplace else.
Because they said that he had a legalized gun in Wisconsin.
Right.
Because we know, and True, where you were in New York, right? So you know New York, you know how New York is with the gun laws. Right. You can't have a gun.
Right.
But he had a legalized gun
in New York, having large sums of money on their tops.
He had a legalized gun in New York that he got from Wisconsin that was legal in Wisconsin. Let me bring my man George Makem experience up. What's up, brother?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay, they said he had a gun that was legally purchased that he had in New York for this incident.
Oh, okay.
That was from Wisconsin.
Okay.
So the
I think
question
they
is,
had a legal gun in New York.
was
I was
he
like, wow,
from
how
New
did you-
York or did he just come into New York from Wisconsin? Where was he residing? And we also know that he was on YouTube spousing some things too. We got my brother here, my main man, George Makem Experience from Philadelphia. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I seen some of the stuff he was saying on YouTube.
Okay, we need to hear it.
Yeah, he was going in about on the black community about some of the stuff. He was a video where the guy put the feces in the girl's face and nobody was there to protect her. He was talking. He was going in on black women and black men. He was going in on us and telling us what it is, stuff that we talk about, and for what we need to do.
Okay.
I could clearly see the trauma that he was suffering from, because I heard somebody speaking about PTSD, because I'm clinically diagnosed with PTSD, but I just refuse to take the medicine. And the brother was right, the military, but I've never been in the military, but I growing up in the 80s and the 90s, seeing murders, it does affect us differently. So he could have PTSD that might have made him act aggressively. My form of PTSD, it doesn't make me act aggressively. Actually, it makes me cry a lot. Like if I see forms of violence or something like that because of the trauma that I've been through, like I could be talking to you and bust out crying, and then you be like, "Yo, you all right?" But I'll be cool. It's just that's just the way I respond to trauma. In my older years now, based off of things that I've been through, that's the way my diagnosis. So all PTSD is different. Some people are violent, some people are not violent. Like me, I don't even like to carry guns because of all the things that I saw and experienced. So there is different forms, but when I look at him and I can listen to him talk, I see it. Like he definitely has some type of mental illness going on. He definitely has some type of trauma that he was dealing with that may have been undiagnosed, untreated. And in our community, our stuff is criminalized. It's like when little Johnny does something, they immediately run to, oh, well, he's dealing with these issues, he's dealing with that. Where a lot of people in our community, our community is just off the rails with it because we have so much undiagnosed. And then what we do in our community too, when you do see these criminal acts, because we're so abused with trauma, we actually condemn our own people. We don't seek the help. We don't promote mental health the way it should in our community. And it's funny, I say it with this, with all the things that we complain about that we've been through, we act as if we just mentally straight. Like, and then the white community, they do it too. Like,
George, let me just say this to you.
We are not normal.
Prior to you, we're not normal. Prior to you coming, prior to you coming on the panel, there was a sister in the chat room, Erica. She came up. We just talked about that mental health is an area that Black people are heavily in denial of. Now, not to mention the fact that unlike any other group in this country, we have other things that automatically make us, every Black person has mental health problems just by default of living in American society and dealing with the things that we've been dealing with.
Is misnamed because it started here way longer than that bank robbery in Stockholm, right? People love like the people who treat them poorly and will turn out their family members on behalf of the people who treat them poorly. This goes back, this was the original dividing line, right? So, people who worked in the house versus people who worked in the field, right? People who wanted to keep their good, quiet, easy deal. It wasn't always we are all in this trying to get, a lot of the time it was like, Massa, he's gonna, you know what I'm saying? So we are not addressing any of the standard issues
We're not allowed to
that have been a curse on us since the slave ships, right? And look, remember the term bitch ass nigger? Remember that?
Yes,
when I was young, I like music and D&D, right? All this stuff that technically is not supposed to be Black, rock music. I always got like slanted and shade from like these are my homies. Ted, I've known Ted, Ted. I've known Ted since Ted was 9 and I was like 11, right?
Yeah, I know Ted.
And we're all in the group chat, the 30 of us, right? Still talking shit all these years later, right? But those guys giving you crap that you know and you love is fine, but it's hard to not even expose yourself to something really close to you, but just say something every day to some of these dudes, because the first thing out of their mouth is some sideways nonsense, right? I like rock music. You like that white boy music. Nobody asked you to listen to it. Why do you need to have a negative opinion on what? And this is what it is. My life is bad. Let me run in and judge everybody in this chat, right? And then someone else would do it to me. And there is no, all of us just need to, as the people, just need to go, okay, you know what? Where can I make inroads with my own? And where can I sort of put off what these other people want me to do? Because we do a lot more.
We gotta deal with our mental health seriously. But George, go ahead and make a point. Good point, True. I appreciate you saying what you said, brother. Go ahead, George, and make those points too.
I want to say, based off of what my brother was saying, all of that is part of the trauma. Like some of us, like, we embrace like our Black culture. Some of us, being where we were raised, our parents made. I call it, I can't wait to get the fuck out of here mentality. We can't wait to get out of our communities to go and live around people that we claim are racist. But this is what happens when George leaves the Black community, because I want to give my so-called son a better life. I move into an area full of non-Black people. So then my son starts to develop a mentality that's different from dad's. We don't have a sense of Black culture. So now he gets into the other people's culture. He comes around his cousins. Oh man, you funny. Oh man. But all of that is part of our trauma. Us running to be around white people.
You're one of the good ones. It's that.
Yeah, but watch this stuff. But watch how I bring this point together though. All of that is part of our trauma. Running from our communities, going to other groups to get, that's trauma as well. Embracing that's part of trauma. What it is in this country, whether you are a senator or you the kid on the block with the hot clock, we have trauma. Because I can talk articulate and put it on a suit don't mean that I don't have trauma. The mere fact that I had to go and get this, that you're the first here, that's trauma. We don't address our stuff head on the way it should be, because when we do, you have an attitude problem, or we try to suppress our stuff. Info. I don't want to. We don't want to deal with the past of our pain. I have success now, but you don't realize that you still have issues.
Right. So even though you got money, you got a fancy car, house, it doesn't change the issues that have not been dealt with.
Class, our so-called educated and successful class, they don't lend their resources back to the community because they don't want to come back to it. They tell you, I don't want to go back around that.
I also think there's a penalty if they do.
Yes, but they don't want to deal with the trauma.
They can't rely on them as well. And if they were to come back, they can. I mean, these marches just like photo ops. If they really were to come back, they would have to funnel us money. You know what I mean?
But I'll give you an example. Right?
I support Black Lives Matter. All of a sudden, you got 1 million people like claws out for you. So wait till you have one scandal, right? If Will Smith had said last year, "Oh, I support Black Lives Matter. I think the place is unfair," and then did some wild stuff, he'd have been out that night. The cops would have dragged him, right? Because it's I don't know. I don't even know.
Info. Look at this info. I'll give you an example. I'm a mute up, right? Y'all just see my youngest child sitting next to me, right? I live in Philadelphia. Last year we had close to 600 homicides, right?
My God.
Right? We had 145 homicides so far, right? I gotta hold my breath when I allow my son just to go to the store because I don't know what might happen, right? My daughter's birthday was April 10th. Her brother was murdered the day of her birthday.
Oh my God.
This is Philadelphia every day, all the time, to the point where we normalize the unnormal. I grew up in it. Now, as an adult, I don't like it, right? So I start saying I got to move out of here because I got to give him the best way of growing up. But I don't want to. I want to live around my own people, though. I want to find.
Right, you don't want to abandon your own people.
There's decent Black people. I want him to still have a frame of reference of what it is to be Black, right?
Right.
But the problem that we have is, right, because we have so many undiagnosed intellectual disabilities and traumas in our communities, it's not safe to damn near live around your own community because it's not something that's being pushed. So I know this, right? Here I am. This my son right here. This youngest child probably saved my life, right? I had one of my homies die in my arms and my daughter shot, right? Growing up in the city of Philadelphia, right? So it was a period of time when I didn't give a shit about nothing. When he was born, I said, that's when it clicked. Okay, I gotta change my life. I gotta change my way of thinking. But then you turn around and you look at, wait a minute. Here I am, a married man trying to raise a child in a community full of disarray. How do you do it? So when you look at that man and you look at the videos that he was posting on YouTube and you see the complaints that he was complaining about, it's like, damn, like we got so much issues, but we're not, and we don't have places where especially Black men can come and be vulnerable amongst each other without judgment to even fix the places. We're too hard. We don't know how to be vulnerable to each other.
Agreed.
We're not raised that way. Be
Right.
vulnerable. I'm not, man, screw that dude. That's the way we are
Or you
towards
gonna
each
cry.
other.
Right.
So
Whoa.
that's my until we get to a place where we can actually be vulnerable. And I can
George,
go,
that's real talk. That's real talk, George.
I just want to say this and just kind of piggyback off what you're saying, bro. Look, I was raised in Southside Chicago, and I had to leave. My adopted mom sent me out because I got into it with a rival gang. I was never in a gang, man. I was what they considered a neutron. So I got sent to Gary, and I may as well stay in Chicago because the crime out there was so intense, man. It was like you could be walking down the street getting shot at. You know what I'm saying? And I believe it was 95. I think it was like 95. And we had this martial law. It was unofficial, but they had a bunch of cops come in because it was murders, man. We was like losing maybe 11 people every other hour. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember coming out and homeboy come around, just start spraying. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you just seeing people dropping. I remember we had like this thing in Gleason where they had a little park going on. They had the amusement wheel out there, had all this little family fun and stuff. I'm on the amusement wheel, you know what I'm saying? And I'm looking down and they just spraying. And you just see 9 bodies dropping. You know what I'm saying? So like that was normal. Wow.
Yes.
That was normal. So like when you're saying, here's the deal, man. When you see death, and this a crazy thing, because people go to the movies to see this type of action, right? And I can't speak about no other race, but I know what I saw. You have to deal with that, right? And then when you get older, I'm gonna tell you something that's like the biggest slap in the face currently. And I'm not talking about this young man or this older man that just injured 13 people. When you have a community of Black folks, you got people that are like, hey, I got to get my education. I got to do something so I get up out the hood. That is the most common term. You want to get up out the hood. The Army saved me because I would either been in jail or dead. I'm telling you right now. So my thing is, nobody ever turns back to help the community. You know what I'm saying? God forbid somebody become a millionaire and they start opening up programs and showing you, hey, you can make something of yourself. But as a father, I have 5 children. And I have one in college. I'm paying for, his room and board and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And he's doing good. He has a little disability, but I always told him, I said, do not use that as a crutch. You're a king, do it. Grab your crown and let's move on. I'm looking at our government sending $13 billion. And again, I'm going to say this. I don't want to offend nobody. I hate to see that Ukraine stuff. I hate to see innocent people dying and stuff like that. I do. I hate it. I hate it. My brother said, like, his triggers is he cried. Dude, I get emotional as well. You know what I'm saying? But then, like, mine is so internalized, so I get headaches and all kind of stuff. But here's the deal. Is our government, I'm not telling them to rule us like, do this, do that. But those of us that's paying taxes, that's trying to make it better in the Black community, and the tax money that we get is being ripped and taken and sent over. And I'm looking at crackheads over here that you guys are giving them legal drugs to stay high on them. Like, well, you know what? They're going to get high anyway. So we're going to give them some legal drugs or whatever the case is. I'm like, look, me personally, I just say, I don't think that's a solution. You're keeping us in the slum. So why if a 12-year-old's like, you ask him, what do you want to be when they'll grow up? I just want to make to see my 21st birthday. I've heard so many. I used to run this program in my church, man, for basketball. This kid, man, he was 16 years old. He said, man, Mr. Wiley, I just want to, I just want to see my 21st birthday, man. If I make it there, I don't know, I try to figure it out from there. That ripped me up. Like, think about it. He represents thousands, hundreds of thousands of our children, you know what I'm saying, that feel like that. Now, PTSD, there's a lot of people, in my family, when I went to go get my counseling, it took 9 years actually to get me straight because I was suicidal. And I'm telling everybody there, y'all put it out there. I was like, dude, I can't cope. I can't, I don't know how to deal with all this stuff, man. And I was seeing that. I was qualified to do certain jobs and I couldn't get it because they said, hey, we're gonna give it to this white guy. I lost, I don't know how many jobs I lost in the military. Even in the military, I went for a position. They said, oh, we're gonna give it to this guy. And I'm like, wait a minute, I trained him how to do that job. What do you mean? You can. And I went through all that. And I remember I was like, dude, I'm done with this. When I left Iraq, I was gonna eat a bullet, man.
Oh,
I was gonna eat it like.
Please don't do that. Look, I hate to interrupt you, but we all have this story. I said this on a pod with Information Man. Every hood, the same stories, right? But then cats getting this like, fuck you, I'm from Chicago. Fuck you, I'm from same hood, same poverty. What are you doing? The people who leave can't come back, right? They instantly become a target for 10,000 people who either run a con on them, or give me some money, or just open strong arm, especially if you have kids, right? So now you can't move back. But the thing has always been to leave, right? The civil rights energy you have to pass down to your kids, and a lot of people didn't do that, right? I'm still hung with it because I was raised in it in the early 70s, right? My nephew, who I love, we kick it. He was raised in the 80s. His whole thing is like, man, I'm getting that money, right? I'm like, money before everything? Yeah, money. It's in every song. Money for bitches, money da. I'm like, okay, you get the money. What do you do with the money? If it was some of the old stuff, that civil rights, and as well as that 80s, I'm gonna get this money. That's what the founders of the movement wanted us. They wanted you to run businesses, own your own, not be a good spender for white society, right? And all of this whole thing is like Ketanji Brown being the first Black Supreme Court. I'm like, it's good for her family. It's one of the 10 best jobs in the country. Good job for you. How does that affect me? And if you notice, they stopped telling you about the police shooting. There's a shooting with the cops on average of 1 every 48 hours. Now they're telling you, oh, look, everything's better. Joe Biden is better. Ketanji Brown, all the rest of it. Don't worry about it. We got you. Just vote for us. But when you don't see men like this on any of those panels. There's always college educated Black women. If
they're not going to let you on those panels. They want to get rid of you. They want to hear these thoughts. But we got another great brother on the panel with us, Identity Withheld, and I want to get his thoughts about this individual, James Franklin, who, by the way, Identity Withheld, if you don't know, this brother was a YouTuber. He sort of, like George Macomb had mentioned, that he talked about the accountability of Black folks. He hated on the ladies. He talked shit about us as Black men. He did a lot of things. And he also, there's rumored that he also spouted a lot of hate towards his own father. And he has mental health issues. And the media has given him the label as a terrorist. I'm not excusing if he did do this, but I just noticed how they're not that quick to label white mass shooters as terrorists. They'll say, oh, mental illness is the reason. So I wonder if he's going to get the same mental illness exception in his situation. But go right ahead, Identity Withheld.
Hey, thanks for bringing me up, Info Man. Hey, what's up to the brothers on the panel? Appreciate the conversation. I think his name is Macon, the Philly cat. Yo, I'm from Philly too. Much love. I feel your pain, bro.
Make sure you connect with George. This brother is the real deal too. Identity Withheld.
Okay.
Subscribe to his channel. Check him out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I really wanted to touch on, and it might be a little deviation from what you just mentioned, Info Man, but I really wanted to touch on something because I resonated with the brother saying that teaching your children about like where you came from. You want them to know what it is to be Black, but you don't want them to be a part of that element. I have a child myself. That rattles in my brain every single day because I would be considered one of the ones that got out. But it's like I want my child to know what it was like, but I don't want them to experience it, which is a crazy scenario that I'm still trying to figure out day to day. But I think part of it is how we see it as growing up Black. That part resonated with me because it took me a minute to kind of figure out what that part of it was. Even though I so-called made it out, I carried some things with me. And point in case, having black neighbors, the first time I saw one, my immediate reaction was, how did they get here? And I checked myself because I said, what the hell was that? Where did that come from? And it was dormant, but it came out when it came out. And a part of me is still there because, you know, I grew up. I mean, I'm project born. I'm all the way up through the ranks. I've seen it, done it with the exception of actually doing crimes. You know, I've witnessed quite a few things, and that it's still stuck with me. Even the music that I do is weird, and this is not a shameless plug. I have so many positive things going on in my life, but when I'm actually writing songs and this and that, it's all like driven from the things that I've seen as a kid. And it's the weirdest thing. I try to shift my idea of, man, I'm not in that element anymore, but it's still there. So I've realized that this association with being black and living in my impoverished ways, I mended them together. And I shouldn't have done that, but in my head, I'm thinking, well, that's how you grow up black. But it's not. It's actually not. I think I was more experiencing poverty than just being black. And it took me a minute to separate the two.
Identity withheld.
Yes.
Could I ask this question? It goes into what you're saying, and I want all the brothers to give their opinions about this.
Yes.
Do we associate being black with things that are negative?
Not me.
No. What I'm saying is, do we have a culture where, because it appears to me in my years living that we tend to celebrate the ratchet part of black culture too much. For example, when I was growing up and I was going to school and I grew up and I saw a lot of things happening to guys, right? And women as well, who were living certain lifestyles. I got a chance to see it firsthand. And then when a brother is going to school, let's say you're playing a musical instrument, like I played violin, you're doing certain things that are seen as corny in our culture in general. Then people label you as, oh, you going to school, you playing piano, you're doing this, you're doing that. You're trying to be like white people. But if I'm out there robbing people, busting people upside their head, then that's okay. Oh, that's, you down, brother. Or you walking a certain way. You're wearing the latest kicks or whatever. I think in general, and I hate to stereotype our people like this, but I think in general, I'm generalizing here, it's almost like we associate anything that's negative as being part of being black.
I wouldn't say you should take blame for that.
That means that you are not black because you're talking more appropriate. Well, I don't like to say the word appropriate. You're talking more King's English, right? But if you go back, George, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. If you go back and look at black people coming out of slavery, a lot of us have been conditioned to believe that black people spoke broken English. When a lot of black people came out of slavery wanting to do what? Get married and educate themselves. We were about trying to educate ourselves. And we look at these movies on TV and we think that everybody that was during that time, that they spoke like, that's something that we've been stereotyped to believe. I know I went a long way with that, but what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I feel you wholeheartedly, but I think part of the blame should not be all on our shoulders, because I'm not going to say I'm a descendant of a slave, but a slave who's never taught any kind of correct English is going to learn from their environment. And if you put them in an environment where they can't learn, can't speak the proper English, and whatever English they're speaking, they're coming from whoever's teaching it to them. I mean, you're not going to get educated overnight. So if no one's around you speaking proper English, that just goes to say that pretty much some of those slave owners couldn't speak proper English either.
Can I just
that's just that
for a minute?
But when black people came out of that environment, they were trying to read and understand. And we get this notion that being black is to speak in broken language, is to wear our clothes baggy, to behave in a certain way. But when you look at black people in the past, they were dignified. When I look at my great grandfather and all my old relatives' photos, they were suited and booted. and carried himself with pride.
Yeah. Can I just pop in here real quick? When the Civil War ended slavery in 1865. By then, most of the slaves could fucking read, right? I mean, it happened. It was a 400-year churn, and about 150 years, 200 years before that, they were like, nobody's reading, no ideas, right? But by the end of slavery, what caused all this, the people who were doing all the work were black people. It wasn't just a field work. It was, all right, how many bills of hay did we get, Jim or Bob, you know? And he would, and that's why when they were like, y'all don't have to work for these people anymore, they were like, we'll pay you to run this farm, because they didn't know how. All the know-how went to, well, now if they can read, I'll still kill you if you steal from me, right? But we've got the field guys who know how to bring it in, and then I also got the guy in the suit in the office knowing how to who to charge, what the percentages of, when it needs to be where, and all this stuff. So the narrative is always they were always just stupid and talking about that. Look, everybody who talked like that were from that little town, and it was the poor whites talking like that as well as the poor blacks. But in the town where the money was flowing, few people talk like that. And by the time you get a movie going, everybody's like, you know.
That's an attribute to the people, you know, like the coming out of what they came out of and still be able to maintain, you know, build and all those things. Yeah, that's the strength of the people. I think I don't want to lose the narrative that, like, I'm not even in disagreement with what you said, Information Man. I'm more I was more tying it to, it's not necessarily that we celebrate it.
Okay.
This is what we were told black culture is. Black,
yes.
Like, this is what we were told it
is. You do what you're taught. You do what you see. You mimic as a child. You mimic what you see people doing and what they're doing, what they're doing, because they're mimicking what someone taught them that might have been incorrect.
And that's the part that I wanted to touch on, because, you know, a child telling you that he has a feeling his expiration date is coming up.
Yes, sir.
That is scary, but it's a reality, right? I've heard it. I've heard it growing up. Like, I don't think I'm gonna make it past 25, 30. Like, I've heard that. Hell, myself, I didn't even think I was supposed to make it. Like, that was my mentality coming out of that mindset that, wait, why am I saying I'm not supposed to make it? Like, it was like learning from the environment around me and seeing that there's things I feel, I don't see them, but I feel that there's things that I'm not supposed to do. And part of that negative side of it is when you actually feel like you made it out, someone had mentioned it. You're not necessarily celebrated going back. Let's just be clear. You're not patted on the back saying good job. A lot of people do feel animosity towards the fact that now you're seen as different. You're no longer part of the hood. You're no longer part of this.
Superiority thing I've learned.
Let me do this. Drew, hang on for a minute. I gotta give some respect to Sheldon Hughes gave me a $10 super chat. So thank you for the super chat.
Thank you for the super
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that very much. Looks like we've got a good audience over here. Great audience, great people in the chat room, and I appreciate them. Everybody listening. Had no idea that this today would turn into where it's going now. This is a great build. We have my man Point Blank Travels on. I'm going to give him an opportunity to speak in just a moment. But George, you've been sitting back. You've been absorbing what everyone is saying. Anything you want to add, brother, before I go over to Point Blank Travel?
Yeah, I was just waiting for the brothers to
go ahead, brother.
I heard what everybody said, but again, it goes back to understanding that this is a marketplace where groups come here to compete, and we have to start taking more cerebral approaches and not emotional approaches, because that's the way the market was set up for us to act emotionally.
Okay,
and we always succumb to the system or the programming that they have on us. Most of us don't understand what black culture is, so we don't understand our contributions to America. You gotta remember, when you were a kid, Santa Claus is white, Jesus is white, all the inventors is white, Superman is white, Incredible Hulk is green, and then he's white. You don't never see yourself as a victor or victorious. They never told you that Augustus Johnson invented ice cream. They never told us that we did the first open heart surgery, or we're the actual superheroes of this country. So when we don't have a frame of reference of who we are, it's easy to gravitate to trauma. Just think about this, y'all. in all the black communities across America, whether you're in Chicago or Philadelphia, right? I just spoke about the traumas, but I'm gonna be honest. Outside right now, right? 85% of black people are going to work or get off work. They're not out committing crimes. It's the 10 to 15% that's committing the crimes that gets all the attention. We don't just, I didn't grow up just ducking bullets 24 hours a day. We have joke and have fun too. But we are addicted to a trauma story because where's our victories? Where's our wins? So when we don't have our downloaded victories in our minds, then we're going to gravitate towards the traumas because that's been normalized. For me, so with Urban Nerds, we teach our history. We have a lot of accomplishments and victories, but a lot of us don't know what to teach it. So, when the enemy do show up with his evil, then we don't have nothing to counter it with. You know what I'm saying? White folks, they put up statues to their victories. They love Jefferson Davis and Stonewall Jackson and all those people because it represents something in history that they had that they cherish. Where's our statues? Where's our victories? Where's our superheroes?
Here's the thing. They would have to put that up for us, right?
But hold on, but let me
No. True. Let him finish what he's building here, and we'll get to you. I'm gonna make sure everybody has a chance to get on this.
I'm gonna land my plane. They're not supposed to put that up. Let me say
We're supposed to do.
It's our job. Watch
it's our
this,
job.
Right? Unity. Right. Here where we at right now. We got black men here, right? It's our job now to recover what was stolen from us, which is our peace of mind and our development, right? We are supposed to now push that. It's our job to push it. That's what our grandparents and them fought for us to at some time reverse the programming that they put on us. It's up to us to do it now. So all I'm saying is we can talk all day about what our open enemy is doing. I can't expect my open enemy to do the things that now need some recompense or atonement. That's our job to do it ourselves. Because in this marketplace, I say it with this, I mute up. In this marketplace, black dysfunction is profitable for everybody else. Go outside and look at your community. It's profitable for everybody else but you. So they're not incentivized to fix your issue.
We generate $1 trillion.
It's your job to fix your issue. It's too much residuals in our dysfunction. Everybody benefits from it but you.
Right.
That's right.
Generate $1 trillion.
We do generate that kind of money, but how much of that money is trickling back to our community? And how many of us are engaging in proper understanding of how to operate our money properly? And this is a good segment for me to go over to Point Blank Travel, because this is the brother that talks about these sort of things on his show about how we need to properly manage our money and be in control of our own destiny in that way. Brother, you've been sitting back, and I'm gonna come to you in a moment, sister. I'm glad you're here too as well, sister. Brother, you've been listening from afar, and now you're on the panel. What are your thoughts about the conversation going so far? And I know it's been crazy to get this news about this guy today. And also, just so you know, Angelica has a video of this man talking. But go right ahead, Point Blank's Travel.
Hey, what's up, Information Man? First and foremost, man, appreciate you for allowing me to join the panel. Peace all the brothers and sisters in the stream and on the panel. You know, I was listening, and Bishop George just said a lot of good points. True said some good points. My main man, Trap Vision, what's up, fam?
What's up, boy?
Trina. You know, I just finished a live stream, something that I rarely do on my second channel, Points Blank Finance. You know, and I hear people, you know, I challenged my viewers in that live stream. One of the things that I've learned is I'm stopped using the word money. I think a lot of us, a lot of black people, a lot of African Americans, we get so caught up in using the word money. And one of the examples I used in that live stream was I keep a stack of money. I throw money away. I want to challenge people to start using the word revenue, because revenue we tend to hold on to. I make revenue from YouTube. I make revenue from various income streams. And I want to take that revenue and I want to turn it into capital. No one taught me that. I grew up in the dirty South. I grew up in a rural town in Arkansas. I just went home and buried my father last month. And I have yet to feel sad about this situation. it actually motivated me to do more as a Black man for my children, for my grandchildren, for people around me, to motivate other people that I would even know. You know, I don't know what this guy's deal was on the subway in New York. Who knows? But people that are here listening to this live stream, we have to change our mindset. We have to seriously change our mindset. You know, I was looking at some stuff. In 2010, I was dead broke, yo. I didn't have $1. I had to make choices between eating or going to work. Obviously, I'm gonna go to work because I got to try to make more money to eat. But it's people out there that have choices. They have decisions, conscious decisions that they can make, and they choose this decision over that decision. I'm not gonna say whether it's right or wrong. It's not my place. It's not my place. But one of the things I said in my live stream, if I quote unquote find an extra $100, I'm going to invest 80 of it, and I'm gonna F off 20 of it. But 10 years ago, I would have F'd off 100 of it and not had nothing to do with the other 20. But I just think people need to.
But before people can get to those and make those points, they have to know this stuff, and most people only know.
Hey, well, true.
Nonsense,
Instead of going to YouTube, looking at the celebrity news, how about you go to YouTube and look at Trap, Info Man, True, Bishop George, Trina, and Crawford and get some knowledge instead of.
I know, but it's not just go and get some knowledge. You have to spark this in people, right?
I know how to spark it. I know how to spark it.
I know, but I can sit here and tell somebody this is good for you. Go do it. They're not going to do it, right? You have to.
You have to show it. You have to show it.
I hated jazz. I had a friend when I was like 17. He was like, "What you hate?" Look, listen to this. And then he told me about the longest months and all they had to go through, and all the lore and the story got me interested in jazz. Not everybody, this one guy. And then from that one guy, it started a fire in me. So now I'm not a giant jazz fan, but I like a few more people because someone was able to ignite a fire in me.
But that's the point, though.
That's one of the things I say, True.
That's what he's trying to say.
I'm gonna be about it.
That's what he's saying.
Show you. I'm not gonna just tell you. I'm gonna show you. Anything I say I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah. Let me just say this, gentlemen.
First class, I'm gonna do a vlog where I'm flying first class. If I tell you I'm staying at the Marriott, I'm not gonna be over here at Motel 6, but I'm talking about it. I'm gonna show you.
Let me just say this, gentlemen, if I can. Don't underestimate the power of social media and those of us on social media and the influence that we have over many people that are watching us. It's not just me or George. It's many of us on YouTube. People are listening to the things that we're saying, whether it be in big numbers or small numbers. People are listening. You know why? Because mainstream media is now bringing their raggedy asses over to YouTube because they know that the eyeballs are over here. When you look at CNN, for example, Don Lemon and his show, you know that they're having a hard time getting 1 million people to watch them in prime time because the majority of people, particularly young people, are watching YouTube, TikTok. They're watching people who have influence, whether there's people that are good influencer or bad. We have more sway. People are coming here because they know they're going to get genuine information from real people, that it's not been edited by corporation, edited by some corporation who's want to sell them some product. They know they're going to get real talk from real people, and they're listening to things that we're saying. I can't tell you how many people have sent me emails over the years saying, "Man, thank you for that show. I didn't know this. I don't know that." I think we as Black people should not underestimate our influence when we use these platforms or in our community where we put our foot down. We should not underestimate that. We have a bigger voice than we really think. And that's why mainstream media is bringing their raggedy ass over here, because they're seeing that this is where people are. I want to hear what the sister has to say, Miss Jackson, and then I want to get point blank travel. I want to get your points again, and my main man right here, bring him in as well. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, my name is Trina Jackson. I was listening to this podcast, and I was just going to make comments because I kind of grew up the opposite. So I kind of grew up. I was the Black and smart kid. Who do you think you are? And yeah, I I was good in school. I grew up a military brat. So growing up, I didn't have a lot of fist fights with kids. I used to have to verbally assault them, like check them. I got attacked a lot verbally, but I kept on pushing. And I kind of realized that, hey, you know, we're taught that that's being white. And and as I got older, I was like, you know, we're taught that being smart is being white. But what I want to say is, I don't think there's enough programs for Black boys and men. I think the narrative has shifted. Used to, like, I'm Generation X. I know some of you guys on there are Generation X too, because I'm 49.
Okay.
And, you know, growing up, you know, if the Black kid that was smart, that dressed nice, combed their hair, spoke proper English, it was considered being white. I think the narrative has changed a little bit. The narrative is now, it's about the sisters can go to school and get education and move up, but the brothers, it's like, no. It's too much. They're putting the focus on the Black women too much. It's like they want the Black women to go to school, get education, get jobs, and start businesses. But where's the aid for the Black men and the boys?
Well, sister, you know that was designed that way because the way you destroy the Black family is you destroy it through the Black male by making the Black male unable to do what the society has taught us to do, which is take care of your family, raise your kids, you know, provide and things of that nature. If you neuter a Black man and make him unable to provide and take care and protect his family, then it gets to the point is, well, what use is he to his family, his wife, in the community? But a brother that I have a lot of respect for that's on this panel, Brother George Makem, he has a program called Urban Nerds Worldwide in Philadelphia, where he's working with youth, mentoring, and getting them involved in STEM and sciences and taking them out of environments so that they can see that there's other possibilities. So the Black men that I deal with on YouTube in particular are Black men that are about doing the work, Black men who carry themselves with intelligence and what have you. So you are right, my sister, but keep this. I want you to know there are Black men on this panel right now who are for the betterment of Black men. I've worked with young Black males through my fraternity, my organization for many years. We're all doing what we can from where we are in our vantage point. Yeah. And I want to applaud you for the things that you just said.
Can I say something though, in regards to what the sister said too?
Yes, sir.
I hear it a lot, and I'm not disagreeing with her because in her experience, because she was correct. But the problem that we have is, and the reason why I titled my nonprofit Urban Nerds Worldwide was to bring Black intelligence back to the community. But this is the thing. I've learned something over the years that when people came around and they talk so-called articulate, or because I don't like the term talk white, because white people talk messed up too. Yeah. But let's just say that they had like the articulate slang to them, right? Or they had some form of education, and we said, hey, you act white. The reason why, two things why they did that. Number one was because we didn't know our victories. We didn't know our accomplishments. So when we see you acting something outside of the way we act, we attribute it to white, where a lot of white folks really act like us. We was the ones inventing every goddamn thing. We was the ones creating a standard and the model for how things should be. We didn't control the porn industry or the liquor or the drugs or none of that kind of stuff growing up. We wasn't hanging people from trees. We was the ones, the morally astute people. But the greatest trick the enemy did was making you believe he don't exist. He made you think that you were him and he became you. So now he locking it when you get on the elevator and she on there, she clutching her purse. I should just run off. How many times has she accused me of things? This is the psychological conditioning they'd have done to you. You walking me an info walking down the street after the club closed, 3 white guys walking up the street. They cross the street when they see us. We should run when we see them after 2 o'clock. Knowing what they might do. This is what they've done to you. So now when we see talking white, we don't really understand our accomplishments, so we attribute everything to them. Now, there's a flip side to that. What happened because of that, we run to them in their education and begin to behave like them as if they're the standard. So now what happens is when you do come back, you don't come back to help. you come back to just show your accomplishments amongst your people that don't. You show off to poor people. This is what happened. You flaunt your accomplishments. You don't go in a city like Philadelphia that's predominantly black, one of the richest histories, damn near in the history of this country, Philadelphia, right?
Right.
There's no reason why the educated class ain't gentrifying Philadelphia and own 90% of the ghetto here. None.
This is why
Hold on,
no
brother.
one's listening to them.
Let me finish. Because I want to go with my sister, because there is twofold to that argument. When they say you're talking white, sometimes it was like, yo, you got education, but you ain't doing shit with it. The best of our class is supposed to, the best of every class builds communities and set up strong. Not the so-called underbelly. They don't have the knowledge or the power. What happens is in our communities, you get some education and you say, screw everybody else. So what the first part of it is for the people watching, the first part of it is we don't know our victories and our accomplishments. So we attribute all success to white folks. I'm telling you, no. We invented the first gigahertz chip. That's us. We invented the remote control. That's us. All of we understood. We understood how. We was the ones that understood how pancreas cancer and stuff is understood. That's Dr. Leonidas. That's us. White folks followed our lead. So when we say acting white, we don't really know that really they're acting. Really, white folks are acting black. We became them. There's no history of us hanging them. There's no history of them having to come to get rights from us. So how do we attribute something positive as acting white as if we're not the moral standard? We were the moral standard. But they condition you to believe that you're less. So now you believe it. And now all of a sudden, with their history, knowing their history, we look at them as the moral standard. This is what the enemy has done to us. That's why I say, when I was listening, what we got to start doing is, in our small groups, stop talking so much. Let me info, the brother from Philly, let's create something that our people can walk in the door and benefit from. And then it'll be easier to get people on board. We have to kill the Negro mindset, the conditioning. And
I agree with that 100%. But we're not all the same dude.
The only way, hold on, listen to what I'm saying, True. The only way you do that is to work with the people that think like you. Watch this, and build. In order to, you have to learn to transform the minds of the people based off of doing, not talking. And you have to be able to feed the people something. So now if 5 people come together and that 5 become 10, that 10 become 20, other people will start to see that the same way you're conditioned to go along with this system. You have to create something our people can benefit from. You know why we don't think this way? Because we're not used to winning.
I don't know about that. I've tried several times to get men together to start a nonprofit. I failed every time. Last time I tried was here when I moved to Virginia. Failed here. So I'm super impressed. But also it has to be a bunch of people start. Like, first of all, those who can get it off the ground like you did, right? But then there's going to be a rainbow of temperaments, right? But the idea is the bad groups will fall away and other groups, those people will go to the better black groups, right? In the 60s, there was at least 4 of them. Now there's only the NAACP, and the NAACP was bought out by the Clintons in the 80s. At least I would have options. So if I was in Philly or near you or could start a branch of what you got here, and that's where I'm at now. I'm like, what? Because 10 years ago, there was no armed black militias. Now there's a fucking ton here in Virginia alone because no one's marching anymore. Look at those. So people are sorting themselves out, right? Already. And I guess I've just been looking.
Okay. I got a question for you, bro. I got a question for Truth.
Okay, go ahead, and then Travision, after you ask that question, I want Brother Coffee to speak his piece today as well.
Thank you.
And then I want to get it back over to Identity Withheld to get his thoughts too. Go ahead, Travision.
That brother didn't get his. I can hold my question. Go ahead, brother. I like to hear from him.
Okay, go ahead, Coffee.
But these were some good points you brothers made up here. This is my frat up here, information man.
All right, brother. Yes.
Yes, sir. Thing is, we have been conditioned to relate to others than to ourselves. And I've been saying this for 2 whole years in the space out of the 6 years that I've been in the various Black spaces and the algorithms of the Black manosphere. Okay, I love what Brother Macon said, when he was saying that, we go off. I put it this way. We all have choices, but we don't have the same opportunities. And once we go off into the white community and the white neighborhoods, we don't share the wealth. It's not your job to do, but why not? If but you got people that are so busy wanting to have the pat on the back from white people saying, okay, I'm not one of them. Okay, what are you proving to white America, who really don't care anything about you? Not saying all white people are the same, not saying that all Black people are the same, but we have we just been conditioned that way. Too often you find brothers even in the various Black YouTube spaces that don't see nothing good in Black men. They don't report anything good. That's what my channel is about, showing what is good about us. You got people that's quick to say, oh, well, I live on the other side of town. Okay, I grew up not in the hood, not in the ghetto, but guess what? I know I'm damn Black. Because if your mom and your dad don't tell you, guess what? Somebody outside of your community is going to tell you who you are, and guess what?
Right.
You're going to believe it.
That's right.
But I'll stop here, and then because I want to hear what somebody else has to say. I have a list of things.
And let me. This is very important. I want everybody on the panel to know that brother Point Blank Travel. This brother has been all over the world. That's why he has that name. He's been through a lot that has changed him for the better. And of course, Trap Vision has experience as well out there in other places of the world. And I would like these brothers, before we end today, to let people understand, because I think it's powerful when you have a perspective, not only from being in America, raised here, but then you get a bigger perspective when you go to other places in the world and you travel. And then it really puts it all in perspective for you as a Black man or even a Black woman in this world. So Trap Vision, go ahead and ask those questions, whatever you want to do, brother. And at some point in time, I'm going to get back to Point Blank Travel, brother, so that he can speak upon his experience with travel. I think he's a Navy man, if I'm not mistaken. And identity withheld, I need to let him chime in and bring up some other points, because he brought up excellent points as well. Everybody is bringing up excellent points. The audience is loving what they're hearing. They're saying it's a deep conversation. They're loving it. And this is the way we as Black men, especially on these spaces, this is how we should be talking to each other and conducting ourselves. Go ahead, Trap Vision.
Info man, let me ask one question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Not why I really came up here. I came up here because of identity withheld. I want to ask him a quick question.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir.
And the quick question is, what is making it and coming up in life? I heard you say something about making it. Okay, so to me,
yes,
for some that means that has many definitions. Because making it for some of us is never, no matter how successful we are, with the many degrees we have, the accolades or whatever, and making, he spoke very highly of, okay, yes, I want us to make it, but I also want my son to know this side as well, because too often you have supposedly Black strong fathers in the home, and they move out of the Black community, and the son is left to fend for himself because the school is teaching him these things. It first starts with the father. Take the education out. Start with your father. So that was my question.
Oh, I can answer that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Maybe I misspoke. What I wanted to say was I made it out, but that doesn't mean I'm not still there, because a family of 5, youngest of the family, only one to go to college. Actually, I guess that there was a level of success that was not seen in my family. So that in my family, that's a success, right? But in the realm of things, like I'm not running around smacking people upside the head with my degree. Like that's not what I'm doing. But it is a level of, you think you're better than me, and it's like, no, I am you. I never left. I left physically, but I'm still here because my mother's here, my brother's here, my sister's here. I have children that I want them to know their family, and so I never left. I'm just physically not among the immediate level of. I'm sorry.
You still know who you are.
Yes.
You still know who you are. Okay.
Yes, but it took me a minute to get there because it didn't just happen overnight. It was more just self-reflecting and saying, well, what is this that like it was a part of me that I had to recognize first. Like, I am who I am. I am a product of my environment, of my family. That's where the core of my family is. I may have made it out of the physical element of it, but I'm still there because I am a part of that family, right?
Yeah.
So, and to touch on what Bishop George was mentioning earlier, I've been kind of rattling this out in my head as well. I've been struggling to figure out, how do I go back and successfully, and I think this is what True Armor was trying to get to, how do I successfully go back with the things that I've at least collected, picked up, and say, yo, I wasn't taught this, but this is something we need to focus on. Information Man did a panel on the semiconductor issue with chips being, just the whole technology space. I'm just going to say that. The audience wasn't as big as I don't think he wanted it to be, and I had a feeling it wasn't going to be as well. And it's like that part of that information transfer, it's not as sexy for some reason than talking about somebody's mama or beefing with this guy. It's like that stuff. We almost got to pull ourselves out of that and say, no, like, we really need to focus on things that can build us.
Look, but
now,
this
is the older me talking. This is the older me talking. So, I wasn't thinking like this in my 20s, but I see it now. I see it. And now I'm thinking, how do I go back and I actually be a benefit to the same environment that, although it had its murders and killings and all that, I'm still a product of that. And my people are still there. My family, my people, I'm not saying I'm removing myself. I'm saying I at least pull myself physically to where my child doesn't have to see the things I've seen.
Right.
But daddy still got that in him as far as I know what that is.
Yeah, just go there being yourself, brother. That's all you have to do. Meet people where they are. If you really, if it's any concern of you, of yours, just go there, meeting them where they are. Don't go with this, like you said, slapping the degree. I have 4 degrees. I'm a member of a historical D9 fraternity. I'm successful. I'm out here in San Francisco. But even me, I'm still treated the same. Even in the tech world, even in in education, no matter where. I have to see that, and I'm not going to put on a suit to walk into your department store to show that I am not one of them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly the point you're hitting. For me, I'm huge in this tech space. I see the people that look like me, very few. And from what I've gathered over my years and experiences in this, we don't need to ask for a damn thing if we own a space, or at least get into a space so deep that you're gonna need me more than you hate me.
What part
sorry.
of the city? What part of the city?
Tell the truth.
What part of the city you in?
I'm from Philly.
Well, you from Philly. I'm from Philly. You said you were in the tech, and that's
Yes.
what our program is to do. Before we get off here, I want to exchange information. Email address or something.
I'll put mine in the back chat for you.
Yeah,
I'll
put it
my
in the
email
back chat.
Yeah, because
and y'all brothers connect together.
You want to do it? A brother like me stayed. The problem is for brothers that left, that got the education, for brothers that's there, because in the Black community, there's thousands of working people.
Right.
We need to learn. We need to learn how to walk together.
Right.
It's people that's already doing, like what my brother True said. Well, what happens is if some of you brothers or sisters tried and it failed, get with brothers that's actually doing it. Let's walk together.
And also
reinvent the wheel.
And also get out of this. They think I'm trying to be white type bullshit. Nobody think that but you. You know, just be yourself. That's all you have to do. Stop worrying about getting a pat on the back from white folks.
Hey, Brother Kwafi, trust me, I've walked that road years ago. I'm no longer worried about the tags that people give me. I know what I answer to. So I'm not too concerned with people saying.
You hear that a lot in these spaces.
Yes.
You know?
I got attacked. I've only been on YouTube a year, and I've got attacked for sounding white, for this and that. And I was scratching my head like, that's an insult to yourself, right? Like you don't realize that.
Because
here's the thing. I've been doing YouTube for a while. Here's the thing. People will say stuff. You got to be able to have a filter, because some of these cats, you just let it roll off you. You know, they've got their own issues, and they're they don't know you. What are they sounding? What does that even mean? So, I mean, try to concentrate on the cats who because there's gonna be a ton of those guys. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm glad I'm here. I'm really glad I'm here. I'll throw this out and I'll mute because I've probably been talking too much. But Brother Bishop, my idea, and I wanted to say it just in case we do lose contact or whatever else, but I actually thought about the areas. I'm from Northeast Philly, so Frankfurt area, all that stuff. And I noticed at some point that a lot of like the businesses obviously weren't owned by mostly Black people. And I was actually considering, why are we not buying up this property and not making a dime off it? Because I don't need the money. So I just don't know how to do it, right? So I need to find out who the people who actually can walk me down those steps to say, hey, look, I don't need to want to make money. I don't want to make money off it, but I at least want to, hey, how come we can't just give this to the first 10 families in that same neighborhood and say, you guys own 10%. Now, if you steal from these people, you're stealing from your own people. So there has to be some level of ownership for us to say, look, we own this and we protect this, and we're not waiting
to generate revenue so you can invest in other things, right?
I say don't give, but give the information. The problem is we're giving too much monetarily. We're giving too much, with gifts. Give the information. Workshops and see how many people will come out.
Got you.
Don't concentrate on what kind of Black man they is.
I think you need to layer it. I think some cats want to show up, they'll spend the money for the barbecue. Then other cats want to I'm learning guitar. Come on, hey, you want to learn music? Your producer. Meanwhile, in the same group over here, cats is learning finance. Not everybody's going to want the same thing. You got to be able to cover enough ground and have. It's got to be water. You can mix anything with water, whether it's Kool-Aid or beer or whiskey, right? But you can't take everybody, and you got to be able to go. Man, you've been here long enough. You ain't doing squat. Get out, right? Or, dude, you are a gym. I love you, and get that dude some support. You know what I mean? All these things, but it's gotta make money.
The issue I would say is, and I apologize, I'm a little bit on the delay. If I'm cutting you off, I apologize. Trying to time it right. The issue that I guess I'm going to call it from other side of the fence is coming in. First, people are going to have to trust that I'm on the up and up, right? Because we've been burned so many times. Who can you trust around you, right? That's the idea that I'm trying to figure out. How do I come in and say, look, I don't want anything monetarily from you. I really want to give you something with nothing. I don't need anything in return other than to know that I transferred it. That's all I need to do. I know I'm going to do that with my child. That's first. But how do I do it to as many people as are willing to listen? And that was initially my struggle, because I don't know those steps that maybe True have walked. And
as a former police officer, I like where your head's at. But I think once you're giving stuff away, the shysters and the shaky people come, right? It's got to be. I don't know if I'm just saying giving away, because you were talking about houses, but I mean the energy.
I was thinking more businesses.
Pull people in and to keep them here, not to have them stop by, pick up, and go about their life. Right? It's got to be an interesting enough thing and span enough space and affect enough people positively that they got to tell other people about it. So then you don't have a credibility issue.
Gentlemen, hang on for a minute. Hang on for a minute.
Maybe the gangsters will put their kids in it and leave.
Truth.
I'm sorry.
Hang on for a minute. I got to make an announcement, because I don't deal with this kind of stuff on my platform. It has nothing to do with you brothers in the chat room. Do me a favor in the chat room. We don't get into that gender banging over here. I'm not into the Black women against Black men against Black women thing. That shit is tired. Okay? Take that shit somewhere else. I don't want to see that in my chat room. I don't get into that, because real men that you see on this panel, we don't spend time crying about women. We simply date, marry, or be with the women that we feel are qualified to be with us.
That's it.
I don't get into the banging and the gender bending stuff. This ain't I'm not one of those dudes who want to promote all that on my channel. So please cut out all that. That's not even on topic. You should be talking about in a chat room where we're talking about on topic here. So please, just stop it. I don't want that going on in the chat room. That's for men and women. None of that gender stuff over here. No, they don't fly on the Information Man show. We're not about that. Real men don't spend time arguing back and forth with ladies. No.
But
no, we all can make criticism about each other, right? Black men, we can all of us. All of our draws ain't clean. We all got boo-boo in our draws. All of us have done some things or have not lived up to expectations. Nobody is super king. No, nobody. So stop it. None of that gender talk over here. Enough of that.
That information.
All right, let's get back on topic. Yeah, because men, real men, we don't spend a lot of time with this kind of stuff, No.
What you just did is exactly what this imaginary group in my head would need to do, right? Somebody like that would show up to the building, and a group of us, I'm assuming that I would be part of like a group, going down there going, yo, man, we told you several times you're rude to the women, or you're not, you can't be here. You are now this destructive force in something that is trying to be good. And that's with a sort of a wide sort of net to cast, you know what I mean? And true, raise better people up.
True, that is a topic
going to be able to come down.
True, that is a topic that they are going through, but what Information Man wants is this to be specifically on the topic because we're building. But you always find a type that come in and derail the progress of what's happening.
No. You misunderstand what I was saying. What I was referring was back to what we were talking about before that, right? About the idea that when you build it, you have to show people that you have integrity with it and protect it. So if something goes amiss, you have to be able to interject it, correct it, or get that person out. Versus some of these groups, as long as you sign up, they never get rid of you.
So I'm sorry, Bishop. I'm sorry, Bishop.
And I thought it was
so let me say this real quick. The issues, like, listen, in our communities, we have a lot of different issues, right? 100%. This is the thing though. Like identity withheld, when you were saying you were trying to figure out how to come back. This is the thing. You've already went and you did your part. It's nothing to figure out. All you have to do is link up with brothers and sisters that's actually doing the work in the community. The problem that we have is something I say on my channel all the time. You have black billionaires, right, in the African-American community that, like somebody like Dave Stewart, right? You walk the streets of Philadelphia, right, or Chicago or Baltimore, right, where there's black people everywhere, and you ask the average kid 15 to 30. You ask the average person 15 to 30. You know who David Stewart is? They won't know him. This is the thing. I don't blame the white man for that. Because of what we've been through as a people and how our history have been stolen from us, it's our job, whether we blue collar, white collar, or highly successful, to make sure our children know who we are and what our success stories is. People like Ken Chenault and all these black people in America that are doing well. What happens is when you are a brother, right? So say I got an organization, I'm in Philly, right? I work with kids. You're in the tech world. We actually deal in science, right? And history. A person like you is perfect. You come in with your expertise, because Urban Nerds is to now put children, right, in front of professional black people. I talked to these kids. They almost made me cry. I had a group of young boys. They told me there was no such thing as black doctors. They didn't believe it at all. So Urban Nerds now is transforming and changing the mindset of the youth of putting them in front of professional black people and letting them know that we can do these things. The problem is us grown-ups, we have to bring our expertise and put them together and make them work. And then we have to become a thing. We have to become a we. We have to make the individuals become a we. So if a brother over here tries something that wasn't successful, but that brother is successful, guess what? That successful brother may need truth armor skill set. Hey, brother, you who we've been looking for. Come on and add on. We need to start doing this because as men, remember, I'm going to say this, I'm going to mute up. As black men, We are either builders or destroyers. And I want you to understand something.
Right.
Just because you ain't in the street selling dope or shooting, in America, groups come here to compete. Carter G. Woodson told us this 100 years ago. Go read his book, The Miseducation of Negro, chapter 12, chapter 6. If you are a successful black man, African American, and you are not reaching back to help those behind you, you are worse than the kid on the corner. Because you keep it on a hamster wheel. Our open enemy created a system for us to of trauma. When you are a one that make it out, we have, because of what happened to us, it's our job to fix our situation. Because everybody else is coming in to benefit from our dysfunction.
Joe Biden to do it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, this is not George making words. When I hear
words of our history,
where I hear a brother say, "Well, it's not my responsibility." Yes, it is, because Carter G. Woodson and them told us when they was when they was going through the black codes and they wasn't getting in those colleges. Everything that they went through, they did it for our generation. They said, I know that I can't do it now, but if I sacrifice this, I'll open up the door for the ones coming behind me. So now once we get there, it's our job now to make sure that the kids in the hood know who we are. So that's why I created Urban Nerds.
I need
Every
to
other group understands this.
This is George. You were on point, brother. Love it, love it, love it. Got to give you a clap on that. Love it.
I dropped my email in the back, info man, and Brother Bishop.
Okay, point blank travel, brother. You've been quiet. You've been patient, as well as Trap Vision. I need to hear what you have to say. You've been taking in a lot, but I need you to give now to the people your thoughts.
I'm just listening, info man. I'm just listening, information man. I'm actually about to raise up out of here. I'm glad you said that because I was just sent you a.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm about to roll. I have a live stream to get ready for tonight.
Oh, okay.
But I was listening to everybody, and you're right. I like to listen more than I like to talk because that's how you learn. You know, and I heard somebody say, talking about nonprofit organizations, and I think about profit organizations. But one of the things I personally take it on myself is individual organization.
Yes.
What can I do to help the next brother? What can I do to help the next man? What can I do to help the next group of men become better? Is it education? One of the things I say on all my channels, I have 3 channels, is a party of 1 is no fun. A party of 5 is a get together. But if I can get everybody to come up, that's a real party.
Wow.
I don't want to just, I have a lot of knowledge and a lot to bring to the table, but I'm going to bring that knowledge to the table. But can you grab a plate and eat? That's what I like to put out there,
Okay.
Can you learn from that? Can you move from that? And it's a lot of brothers out there, a lot of young brothers that need some mentoring, that need somebody to just pay attention to them. If I could challenge everyone in this live stream, male, female, I really don't care who it is, and just take one person today and just say, hey, man, I'm here for you. Call me. Here's my number. I'll listen to you. I'll help you. I don't get into money and all that. I mean, I have money. I have more money than I probably can figure out how to spend. That's not anything that's neither here nor there.
Problem to have.
But
that's a great problem to have.
What about those days when I didn't have that? And I think about that frequently. I think about it every day. And I keep X amount of money in my wallet. So if I happen to run into a homeless person, I don't even give them the opportunity to ask, hey, brother, can you loan me? Hey, brother, I just hand it to them. And I don't say, go get something to eat, go get something to drink, here you go. And I think once we have more of a giving mindset, and when I say giving, not necessarily monetarily giving, but inspirationally giving.
Yes.
Mentally giving.
Yes.
Showing somebody they would give a damn, showing somebody they would care. Because a lot of people out there right now that are acting out, that are shooting up subways, a lot of people that are blowing up buildings, a lot of people that are going home, beating up their spouses, is because they think don't nobody give a shit about them. If we just take a moment to just say, hey, somebody, hey man, I don't know you, but I'm a brother, you're a brother. I care about you. I want to see you flourish. I want to see you prosper. I want to see you grow. You don't know who else's life you can affect. You may affect that person at home that's going to get hit when the spouse, and I didn't say the husband, when the spouse walked through the door. You may affect that person at work when this individual walking to the job place, want to shoot the whole damn place up. You don't know who you could be helping by just saying, I care. I give a damn. I care about you. I don't know you, but you look like me.
Mm-hmm.
You talk like me. You act like me. And more importantly, you get treated like me, like I'm not shit, like I'm not nobody. You get treated regardless of what my economical status is, regardless of how much money I got in the bank, no, regardless of what I'm wearing. When we take all this stuff off, at the end of the day, they see a black man and they think whoever they is, they think we're beneath them. They think we're uneducated. They think we can't speak the same. You will never, if somebody said, I don't remember, it's happened before, but I don't remember the last time somebody said, you trying to act white. No, you know what? I'm not trying to act white. I'm not trying to act black. I'm trying to act like Rod. That's what I'm trying to act like. I'm not trying to act no certain color. I'm trying to act like me.
Woo, that was deep, brother.
I don't care about what color I am. I grew up in the South. I grew up where my mother told my brother and I, y'all two boys, y'all got to work twice as hard as that dude that don't look like you just to be in the same place. And from that moment on, I learned I don't have to worry about whether I'm black or white or blue or green or Chinese or Asian or Hispanic. I know I'm a man. And I tell you, it's two things about Rod. Number one, I will not be defeated. And in order to be undefeated, I can't quit. I'm going to end that with that. I'm going to turn it over to my fam, my brother Trap Vision. I won't be defeated and I won't quit. And if we get that mindset of not quitting and not being defeated, can't nobody stop us. Brothers out there, brothers, if you got anything going on, I have several business situations going on. Several.
Mm-hmm.
I've traveled the world. I can tell y'all, if you want to know, you go to a different country, it ain't like America. They respect black men in Dubai. They respect black men in Australia. They respect black men when you go to Thailand, Philippines, all these Korea. They respect. I ain't gonna say they gonna give us the world now. They respect us. They respect us.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
They respect it. Now I'm gonna tell you, they may respect me, but I'm like Tupac. I all eyes on your ass because I know you respect me, but I'm still watching you. I'm still watching.
But look, my brother, this is what I need you to do. And the reason why I featured you like this is because I have a lot of respect for you. People enjoyed the stream that we did together some time ago, and we will get together and do another stream together. I need you, because I think people in the chat room and everybody was feeling you. I need you to let people know where they can find. I know you said you have 3 channels, but let people know where they can find you, whether it be your channel, your social media, so that people can get over there, subscribe to your channel, and support what you're about and what you're doing. Go right ahead before you leave us.
Yeah, the primary channel is Points Blank Travel on YouTube. The Instagram is @PointsBlankTravel. I keep it in one place, @points. Make sure you put an S. The reason I came up with the name information, man, we talked about it. I give you point blank information. I ain't got time to sugarcoat nothing. I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear. So
facts.
Points with an S, because I'm talking about points mile and how to travel for little or no money out of my pocket or your pocket. I also have one, Points Blank Finance, where I'm talking about crypto, stocks, how to invest with little or no money. I don't get on there investing. I could easily go and invest $10,000 tomorrow, but that's not going to help my fellow brother or sister that was once like me and only had $10 or $20 to invest. So my second channel is Points Blank Finance. $10, $20, $5. I show you how to not only buy stocks, crypto, ETFs. And I just finished the live stream there. And then I have a new channel I just started, the Points Blank Experience, where I can talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about.
Right. And you're getting ready to go live. You're getting ready to leave because you got to prepare for your show tonight, right? Your program.
Yeah, I'm going live at 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's why I got to go now, because I don't even know.
Okay, brother.
Tonight. I have an idea, but I'm gonna look at it.
All right. Well, we don't want to keep you from your successful show tonight. I want to give you a clap again. I want to thank you for coming in.
I got to jump off too real quick, info. I got to get 10 to my
But wait a minute, George. Before you leave, I need you to remind people of your organization, where they can go in terms of the website and donate, and the benefits that they get from donation, because you do have a nonprofit status legitimately. Go right ahead. I'm gonna feature you right now so you can let the good people know.
Yeah, we're raising money. With this COVID stuff had messed everything up, but we were going to do the Black College tour. We actually April 22nd, we're doing the University of Pennsylvania. Then we're doing Temple University college tours. We're working out a robotics club with Drexel University, but I would prefer to actually link up with brothers and sisters that may be into the tech and robotics that may be local, that can we can create a local robotics club on our own and raise the money to teach our children. We actually we want to create a coding camp. So my organization is Urban Nerds Worldwide. You can go to our website. You can also go to our YouTube channel, Urban Nerds Worldwide, where you can see what we do with our children. You can see the trips that we've taken. And I'm
the link in the chat. They're asking.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I'm trying to get the stuff while I'm talking. Get the links so I can put the links in the chat. Yeah, well, here they come. So we actually have a GoFundMe up right now. You guys can see if you go to our GoFundMe. I'm putting that in, and then I'll put the website in there.
Okay.
I put the website in there, but
let me just let you brothers know this too. Most of you on here have a Blue Ranch on my channel, so I have no problem with you dropping your links in the chat room of your channel.
Yeah.
So go, just letting you know that.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, George.
I don't have mine because I had it when I was narratives and dialogues.
Write
something in the chat right now, and I'll give it to you.
All right.
Because you should be modded up on this channel.
I'll say this before I go. We've been up for almost 2 years now. Me and my partner Marvin Burrow. Like I said, we want to get coding back. And the whole thing is teaching Black kids that they can be successful and be themselves. I created Urban Nerds because we want to make intelligence cool. We want to make intelligence cool. When I teach kids that we invented ice cream, we invented the first gigahertz chip. Mary Van Britton, we invented the first home alarm system. Black kids start looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, what? We did all this because they don't know. And then especially Black boys, they start getting excited. Let them know that we was the forerunners of math and sciences at one time. And a lot of these boys are still intelligent. So it's incumbent upon us adults, especially us Black men, when we come together, everybody on here got a certain skill set. I just heard the brother talking now that's been around the world. He would be perfect to talk to my children, especially us, these Black boys. A Black man that we come from that's able to travel the world. Most of these kids that come from where I come from never even been out their community. He has a world mindset. That's why I titled it Urban Nerds Worldwide, because my dream ultimately is to be able to take these kids around the world, to give them a world view other than just the block. So we're moving. A lot of stuff I've been funding out of my own pocket, but we're looking to grow to have chapters in different cities. So I've seen a lot of things that I didn't like that I complained about. So George Macon, me as a Black man, I decided to do something about it. So you guys can go to my channel, Urban Nerds Worldwide, or the George Macon Experience, or our website, and you can actually see what we do. Instead of hearing me talk, you can see me in action, seeing us work. Thanks, Information Man, for having me on, brother.
Hey,
Thank you. Definitely.
Man, I got a quick question. Hey, George, man, where are you located, bro? I would spend my own personal money to come and speak to whoever you're
talking to. I'm in Philadelphia.
You in Philly? Yeah, I've never been to Philly, so that would be an honor and a pleasure.
Where you from?
I'm in Texas right now. I grew up in Cali, man, San Diego, LA.
Hey, put your email in the private chat.
Yeah, put it in the private chat.
Your email in the private chat, and I'll get it out of the private chat, and then we can talk offline.
Yeah, we'll definitely link up, man. I'm all about right now. I said in my live stream today, and I said in my last live stream on my other channel, I have a goal right now on top of generational wealth. I have a goal right now, a personal goal, is I want to be able to wake up every day and help give some money to somebody in need every day for the rest of my life. I want to start that in 2023. And I guarantee you, I've yet to fail.
We got a GoFundMe link right there in the chat.
I don't even want a GoFundMe link. This is going to come out of my pocket. This is going to come from something that I'm going to do personally. And I don't care what I got to do. This is something I want to do. But anyway, hey, Information Man, I appreciate you. I'm going to get up out of here. My brother, Trap Vision. Much love, bro. Much love, fam. I got to holler at you, Trap. But yeah, hey, George, I'll definitely hook up with you, man. We'll put this down. I have no problem flying to Philly. That's why I talk about points and miles. I travel the world for free, baby. So I have no problem coming there, talking to the youth. Each one, reach one, each one, teach one. That's what we all about at Point Blank Travel. I'm out, y'all. Y'all have a good
Info, real quick, Info. Put the screen back on me real fast. I want to show the
Yes, I'm going to do that. Go right ahead. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Point Blank Travel. There we go.
There you go. Look at that.
Some of our children. So we put the GoFundMe link in there.
Oops. Wait a minute, George. Let me put that back up. There we go.
This is me, so people don't think that people just be talking. This is me with some of our children. So when we put the GoFundMe link in there and you guys are donating, it's not going in my pocket because I know how some of our people are. It's actually going for the development of our babies, man. Because I believe that that's where you start. You start where the minds are fragile. And we got to reverse the conditioning that's being put on them for other people for their benefit. So we got to start, and that's where we got to start. So like I said, you guys can look us up. You know, and we out here, man. I'm doing my part, but I need other Black men and sisters with skill sets. We need help. Listen, I'm a history guy. My partner Marvin is into the sciences and stuff. I'm not the best math and science person in the world, but I know some other Black people are. I need y'all.
Brother Bishop, I definitely can say that I may have not traveled the world as Brother Points Blank, but I definitely wanted to go back and speak to the same kids that felt like because of their environment, they didn't feel like they were enough. If you worried about being a community college kid, that was me. You worried about, growing up from the projects, that was me. I check a lot of the boxes that I had to kind of overcome myself. And that's a message I want to give so badly back to say that is not a limitation.
Yeah, I got your email, so I'm definitely going to email you, man. I got to get out of here.
Appreciate you, bro.
I got your email, but like I said, we as a people in these spaces, we got to start linking up and
yes,
we have to become the example because everybody's not going to wake up and become leaders. Sometimes our people need to be led. They just need to be led by the right people that have their best interest. Everybody's not going to wake up at the same time. Let's get out of that mindset. Our people have to be led by people that has their best interests in mind. Please.
Yes, sir.
All right, George.
Yeah, I'm out of information, man. I'm out.
Okay.
Point blank.
All right, brother. I'm glad that you came over.
Hold up, point blanks. And shout out to the brothers from California that's on the panel because, we really work hard. We're the few that are out here that are doing the work. Even though you're back in Texas now, brother, it was just so refreshing to hear you say, hey, man, if y'all need me, I'm here. I travel for free, or whatever, and not just because you travel for free, but, we would like to see you out here, get some interviews and everything. I'm a documentary specialist, of course, information as well. So, yeah, that would be great.
Hey, do me a favor.
Well, I got to take off. I'm actually
favor,
going to my own show.
All right, well, True, thank you for coming over, brother. I'm going to give you a clap, too. It's been great.
Inviting me.
It's been great.
You will hear from the kid again.
I don't know what happened to Freeman Media. I think he had to take care of some stuff. I'll be in contact with him, but thank you again, True. You're great, brother.
Hey, Coffee, do me a favor, man. Hit me up at Points Blank Travel on IG. Just hit me up. I put my my email address in the private chat. Just hit me up, man. My daughter is still out in Cali. I'm actually going to be traveling out there probably in the next month or two, probably the next 2 or 3 months.
Perfect. I'm always everywhere, man. I'm usually down in San Diego. I haven't done Texas yet, but I will probably coming out that way, soon.
No, I'm bringing the show to Cali, baby. I'm bringing the show out there, and I travel for free, or if I got to pull it out of my pocket, whatever it takes to take our young brothers that's going to be stepping into that threshold of becoming the next Black men of America. I'm here to provide whatever knowledge I have. I don't know everything, but whatever I have learned, I've been blessed. I grew up in the South. I know what it's like to be called certain words. I know what it's like to be treated a certain way. I spent my adult life in Cali. I traveled the world. Now I'm back in Texas. So whatever I can do, man, just shoot me an email with your email or your number, and I'll share my number with you, man. And when I come out there, man, I'll make sure the trip is low enough where if I can do some motivational speaking or whatever, I'd definitely be down for doing that, man.
Definitely. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, man. I'm going to get out of here, y'all. I got to go over here and
do your thing.
Share and get ready for this live stream. And hey, Information Man Show, blessing to you, brother. Appreciate what you're doing for the community, for what you're doing for YouTube, what you're doing for the African-American community, the minority community, man. Appreciate you, man. Much love.
Appreciate you.
Much love, man. And we'll be in touch, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna come over there and check out your stream too,
Oh, I'm about to put it down. I'm about to go ahead. Well, I think I am. I'm half sleepy right now.
Nah, man, you always put it down over there. But I'm gonna come over and pay a visit and stuff after I wind down from this stream. So thank you again for coming over.
Appreciate it, man. Much love.
Appreciate you
Blessings to
too.
everybody in the chat, man. We'll holler at y'all later, man.
Okay.
Peace.
All right, peace.
All right. Hey, Identity with Hell, don't leave yet, brother, because I want to give you some kudos as well.
Appreciate you.
So thank you for coming over today. It was an impromptu stream. I don't normally go live during the week, but I had the time today. And of course, you know, we have the issue of what happened in New York. But I really thank you for giving your perspective. You're always very measured and you deal in logic. And I just want to say, appreciate you, brother. So I want to give you that
the
clap.
love, man.
And let everybody know about your channel, where they can find you.
Sure. Identity Withheld, WP on the mouthpiece. I actually do rap, and that maybe it was a stretch for me 9 months ago, but I think I'm getting better at it.
Okay.
And anybody that listens to my music, if you think that I'm glorifying any kind of crazy, you know, murderous type things, you obviously missed the message. It's a little deeper than that. So, but other than that, I do live streams. I haven't done one in a while. I wanted to do one I usually go on live talking about things that I guess we're not supposed to talk about as far as taboo type topics in the Black community. One of them being religion, and the other being, you know, whatever it is, abusive relationships, all that stuff. I like to hear perspectives other than my own. So the next time I go live, if you join me, you'll understand the flow of it. But I also like people to learn some things too, and I hope I learn something as well. I'm not arrogant, just trying to be on the screen talking and, you know, whatever. I want to hear what I haven't heard yet. So I dropped my link in the chat earlier. Identity Withheld. Come check me out.
All right. Hey, AC Star Talk Radio, brother. Good to see you over here. I'm gonna drop a link because AC, before I end the program, I would like you to come up with me for a moment because I want to get your thoughts on the things that you were hearing so far. I don't know if you were watching earlier in the program, but I'm gonna drop a link specifically for you, brother, if you want to come up and say a few words. But to my brother, Coffee. I'm bad with pronunciations.
I was going to ask that before I left because I didn't want to say his name wrong.
But make sure that you leave, because after this stream is over, I can still look at the bat chat and write down people's information. Make sure you give me, if I don't already have it, your email. I need to connect with you, especially because we're both, you know, in a similar geographical area, so that we can talk. So make sure you leave that email, and you see my email in the back anyway, and email me, brother, so that we can connect as well. But give us your thoughts so far of the build today.
The build is much needed. I started out 6 years ago, first, you know, coming to the Black manosphere, and I kind of left away from it 2 years ago because, you know, I'm all about the build. You know, I'm not into the gender wars or any of that. I'm all about showing what's good about us and our community, because there's so much bad things in the news. And that doesn't mean that I'm pro-Black, although I am for Black people. You know, it's just how you do things in a respectful manner. And here lately, you know, I have been finding myself frequent in spaces where it's a lot of beef. And this here is just so refreshing. You know, I appreciate this. You know, me and you've been on panels together before. We've been other places.
And they've been heated panels. I have gotten heated myself on panels, especially in the past when I was a part of the Sunday Rumble on O'Shea's. I'm not proud of some of my you know, my meltdowns. But if you probably notice right now, brother, you don't really see me on too many panels that much anymore, where I'm spending a lot of wasted time arguing with people. I've kind of moved myself away from that.
And I'm doing the same thing. And look, man, I really do appreciate you, Frat. And we'll talk more. I'll put my my information in the back as well. I think I put it in the back already.
Yeah, it's in the back. So even after I end this, I can look at the information that people left and I can jot it down and put it in my phone. Okay.
And everybody in the audience, if you want to come to my channel and see what I do, I changed it from narratives and dialogues with Kwafi Nino Abdanabi to the Plexity Story channel. Complexity Documentary Story Channel.
Right, and he's in the chat room right now, and I did put your link in there too. I believe so. But check him out. He's in blue with the ranch now, and this brother's powerful. So check him out.
All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Now where did AC go? AC, get back in here, man. Before I end this today. And thank you. I want to give him a clap. I forgot to give him his clap. His flowers before he left. I didn't want to. I usually like to clap when they're on the panel, but it's been a great build today. We started out talking about what was happening in New York with James Franklin, and it's a damn shame if he did this and they've got all the proof on him. But as I said before, they took no time to identify everything about him, specifically from his social media, and they've already labeled him as a domestic terrorist. And as I said earlier, when I begin this whole thing, they don't tend to throw the terrorists on white males who engage in this same behavior. They just simply say they have a mental illness or they're a mass shooter. So now we've got my man AC Star back up here. I don't know how much of the build that you see earlier, because things were really heating up from the start to finish of this program today. But let me know, brother, what your thoughts are about everything. I mean, this situation in New York is bananas. It's crazy. What are your thoughts, though?
Peace, bro. Peace. I was only subject to maybe a half hour. I've been
man, I wish you would have saw the beginning.
At the most.
There are a lot of folks over here, too.
I was working today, and then I was over somebody else's. And then I was like, wow, my brother rocking, because I rarely can catch you live. So it's always a pleasure when I catch you live. So I was like, wow, my brother rocking. So then I tuned in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were really rocking. It was heavy. A lot of people, I guess, on their lunch breaks or whatever was over here. There was a lot of folks over here a little bit earlier in the stream.
I've never seen that many people in your spot.
Oh, I mean, the channel has been growing. I mean, you probably ain't been over here lately. The channel has grown.
I love what you're doing, bro. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, the channel has grown.
I've seen I see you giving tutorials and you speaking about how to structure and do it the right way, and don't skip it and don't try to be janky. Like, use the strategies and the tools that's at your hands to make your show better.
Yeah, that's on the Info Media Live channel. I appreciate that, brother. Everybody check that one out. Bro. Yeah. But you know what? Nowadays, it depends on the topics that I'm doing now. Especially when I go live. I still go live mainly on Sundays. And I get a nice crowd of people because people are starting to understand when I come on. And if the topic is, a topic that everyone is charged around, I get some good numbers.
Yeah, but, I've seen it, bro. I've seen it, bro.
But let everybody know who you are, your channel,
and things of that nature. Arthur Clark. I really haven't been doing much on my channel, just going here and there. I really miss it. But I have my own little situation going at work, so I just been dealing with that. But usually my area of conversation is usually geopolitics, life, African American situations, no matter whether political, economic, education. So me, bro. I'm just trying to, talk about my people and make sure we are represented and I advocate for us in the best way.
Okay. Now let me ask you these questions before I get out of here. Okay. In terms of what's happening in New York, if I'm not mistaken, you live in that general area.
Maybe like 45 minutes from New York.
Are you? Well, I don't think you'd be surprised, but do you find it interesting that when white boys do this mass shooting, and they'll tell you we don't have all the information about them. You'll have to wait. We're gathering our information, right? They seem to have everything to know. They seem to know everything about this dude down to the sneakers, to the noun letters that he likes to eat. They had his social media. And I think that social media, brother, is going to have an impact on YouTube because they may look at what space, you know what I mean? What spaces was he hanging out in?
Where did he come from?
And then if those spaces, this man was in those spaces, how they will demonize those spaces, especially when it comes to black males. Don't you find it interesting how all of a sudden they say the media is already saying, okay, we're going to call him a terrorist.
Right. Like that was the thing that caught my attention first.
Right.
Like the domestic terrorism instantaneously. Like, and I'm thinking about his ethnicity, but I'm trying to match it to that area and be like, well, why would somebody do terrorism in that area on the N and the R line? Like, it didn't register to me. And I was like, why would, well, it's a form of that was what she stated. It was a form of domestic terrorism. And I'm saying to myself, well, who was the, you know what I mean? Who was who was the victim, right? Like, and what was the bias in the crime to call it terrorism?
It looks like he's not even from New York, that he came in from by way of Milwaukee, where he had a legalized gun.
Bro, a lot of people is, I'm sorry, my bad, I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, if you look at his YouTube channel, I think is still up. And on his YouTube channel, he had a lot to say negatively about black men and black women. People have said that he has ranted on his YouTube channel about his anger towards his father. It looks like the brother has some legitimate mental health issues, possibly. But I'm noticing, I want to see how the media, if they're going to they're going to talk about his mental health issues, or they're just going to stay on the terrorism.
You're 100% correct. And I may be making a stretch, but I'm old enough to remember Colin Ferguson on the Long Island Railroad.
Wow.
Right?
Me too.
And West Indian had same issues, went on the train, did what he did, right?
Right.
Same situation. Kind of lost. You know, Colin Ferguson had issues with his mother. This man has, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of a similar kind of individual, right? That was, you know what I mean, matriculated in that environment, right? And this is the thing, where he was arrested at, he's out of pocket there. Like, he would stick out like a sore thumb.
Right. But I find it interesting that they said that most of the surveillance cameras were broken. So he kind of, however this was planned, he chose an area where the cameras were not operating on all cylinders.
Right.
A soft target area. Right. And then, you know, the way it sounds sloppy, because all of a sudden all of his evidence is all over the place. Yeah. Keys to a truck, all sort of stuff.
Ammunition and fireworks.
Right. And I'm not making, I said earlier, I'm not making excuses. If he did this, then he needs to be held completely accountable, because he really affected a lot of people, and it's a shame. I'm just finding it interesting. Yeah, I want to know, what is the reasons behind it?
There's more to it than what the eye sees. I'm with you. Because
why did he do this?
It's not akin to Americana. Like, unfortunately, we have to look at, when we see crimes of this nature in America, it still fits a particular, you know what I mean, strand. And this one doesn't really fit a particular strand, the area, the person. And I mean, he may have some mental deficiencies. That's apparent. But at the same time, what's the narrative? Who's behind this? Let's look to see what bill is passed in New York State or in the Senate about terrorism.
Right. I gotta do something. Empress Kia, are you telling me that you were on a train when this happened? She says, my daughter is scared. I had to shield her. We did not know where the shots were coming from. Too much smoke. Are you telling me that you were there, you were on the train, you experienced this firsthand? Oh, wow. Yeah, I think we have someone, I think Empress experienced this, brother. I think she was in this. Wow. Man, that's what that reads to me. Wow. Hey, I want to say, my prayers goes out to you, your daughter. I'm sorry that this happened. I want to make trivia of it at all. It's terrible what happened, because you're lucky to be talking to us right now. Let me see what she's saying right here. I had no idea. She says, once the train stopped, people were rushing to get off the train. The conductor, the police, was directing people to get off the train while surveilling the train to see who was shot. Wow. I apologize that this happened, that you experienced that. Wow. Yes. Wow. But wow. Yeah, I feel bad about that. I apologize. I feel bad that you went through that, if that's indeed what happened to you in experiencing that in your child. because you're lucky to be here, both of you. So AC, I'm about to end the stream.
Well,
Come on back over, brother,
you.
and hopefully you'll be getting on some other discussions that I'll have over here, and and we can build.
Hit
So
me
take
up,
care,
big
my
bro.
brother.
I'm always excited to be around you, man. Your energy, man. Your intelligence, man. Your wisdom, man. Is
You still
always a
hang
pleasure.
over and you still go over and hang over and over in Reg, or you
I
know?
just was there today. We had a good conversation today. I was over there today, right before I came here. We had a very good conversation.
Because I know sometimes y'all be going in over there.
For sure, for sure.
All right, man. You take
All
care
right,
of
big
yourself.
bro, man. It's always a blessing, man.
All right, everybody. That's AC. Brother AC came up and joined the panel, but I'm concerned about Empress Kia. She says he dressed up as a construction worker. He had construction work gear on. That's why nobody was able to really pinpoint who he was. Construction workers working on the subways. So she's saying that he was dressed in such a way that he blended in with the daily grind of the subway system, where you have workers on the subway doing construction who are dressing in this sort of construction gear. So people didn't really, if I'm reading what Empress Kia is saying, people really weren't phasing off of him because he looked like he was just a worker, like anyone doing construction in New York at that time. So he did that so that he could suck everybody in to feel comfortable. That's crazy. DOD says, Empress Information Man, happy to you made it out good. You and your, yeah, I'm happy that you made, God, I would have loved to have had you to come upstairs to give your eyewitness account. But I'm not going to, I don't think, there's a thing called trauma and then being re-traumatized by going over it and over it. Did you give Empress Kia, did you get a chance to give the police officers your account of what happened? Did you get a chance to let them know what you were experiencing? Did anyone talk to you either from the news or the New York City Police? Empress Kia says, yeah, my daughter and I, we were on the train when it happened. Oh my God. I'm sorry that happened. Again, like I said, the fact that you're able to come over here to the stream and even talk about this is a blessing in itself, because you could physically not even be here in the third dimension anymore, or your child. That's a shame. And Empress Kia, don't get it wrong with me. I believe if this man did this, he deserves everything that the law is going to give him. And I'm not saying that it is not an act of terrorism, because it is. I'm just saying that I noticed that when white males do this type of behavior, they don't tend to get labeled as terrorists. But then again, it doesn't probably matter at all to people like yourself who became a victim of his terrorism, of his behavior. It doesn't matter, because like I said earlier, whether it's white, black, yellow, it doesn't matter what race the person is. What matters is that they're doing something that puts people in danger. And so it's a good thing that they did get him. And hopefully if the evidence shows to complete end of doubt that he did this, then he has to pay the price, because you and your daughter may not even be alive to even talk about it because of what this food did. So you have my most attention. You have my respect. I'm glad that you are alive. No harm has come to you and your daughter. I'm sorry that you went through this. I would say, and don't get me wrong, I think you will be experiencing some post-traumatic syndrome from this. Obviously, your daughter as well. you will be playing this through your mind, especially when you come that close to having your life and your child's life taken out of here. So that, and those feelings and the experiences are normal, because psychologically, that is something that is very scarring for a human to experience. That's trauma. So I think those that know Empress Kia, please keep her in your prayers. Keep her daughter in your prayers. God was truly with you and your daughter. That's why you're still here. God was truly, I know people don't like this, but there's people that say sometimes when things happen like this and you remain alive, it's because it wasn't your time. But at the end of the day, it should have never happened. And it's a damn shame. I'm glad that you are alive. And I'm sorry that you had to experience that. And I'm glad that they caught him at the end of the day. And hopefully hopefully the evidence will stick, and now he'll pay the price. And I hope that there's some way that you can gain some comfort by the fact that they got their hands on him, and some beginning and stages of process that you need to go through for you and your daughter to heal from that traumatic experience in which you had your life put in the jeopardy of balance. Thank you for coming over. Brother Keith, thank you for coming over as well. I'm sorry that happened. Empress Kia says, I just want my daughter to be okay. She's shaking up behind this. Wow. Wow. A few of us on the train told the officers what we saw. We saw 6 construction workers going on the train at the same time. We were in our seats. Next thing you know, it was smoke. Wow. What's going on, O'Shea? The hobbyist. What's going on, brother? I appreciate you coming over here. Check out his channel as well. Empress Kia says, then we heard shots. Wow. I don't know what, there's no words that you can really say to make anybody feel secure after something like this. Golden Melanin says, yes, nobody but God. Yeah, God had you in good graces. Wow. Then we heard shots. I'm sorry to hear that, all of this. Keith Winston says to Empress Kia, keep your head up, my good sister. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I don't know what to say. Empress Kia, DOD, wait for the therapist to call. DOD, waiting for the therapist. So I'm going to be honest with you. I think you do need to see a therapist and for your child and yourself, because like I said earlier, there's a thing called post-traumatic syndrome. You will experience. Matter of fact, you both have been traumatized to the point that it may be an uncomfortable feeling for you to ever get on a subway train. And even if you mustered up the energy to want to get on a subway train and travel, because I know New York, that's the best way to travel in New York, there's still some trauma to getting on a train, and your daughter will experience it too. When you go to a train and you're in that environment again, if ever, and then now your mind starts taking you back to what happened. It's terrifying. I wish that on nobody. Empress Kia says, it was crowded. It was just crowded, and I just remembered just the smoke and having the shots, hearing my child. Wow. AC Star Talks Radio Says prayers for her. Yes, prayers. Everybody in the chat room, everybody out there listening from afar, make sure you give prayers for Empress Kia and her daughter. They actually were victims of this yesterday on the train, experiencing the smoke and hearing shots ring out, running to escape, to save themselves, to save her daughter. It's crazy. Keith Winston says, I'm always love my home birth town of Brooklyn, New York, but man, I'm glad I don't live out there anymore. Yeah, New York has had an increase in crime, increase in homeless population, homeless people that are now becoming very violent as well, very expensive to live there. And there are people that are leaving New York because of these reasons that I mentioned. Empress Kia says she's scared, Peggy. My God. Identity withheld. Whoa, I'm so sorry to hear of your experience, Empress Kia. And Empress Kia says, me too. Peggy Roster says it's good she's talking about it to help relieve stress. Yeah, you got to talk about it at some point to get it out of your. You're never going to get it out of your system, but you got to. That's the starting point of healing, is by talking. Because she's young, it can have a long-lasting, or will have a long-lasting effect on her. Your daughter will remember that even when she's a grown woman. I think Les Brown said this. He said, I'm quoting Les Brown, that a negative has 20 times the impact on us than something good that happens to us. When something bad happens to us, as far back as when we were a child, we'll remember that longer than we will the stuff that was good, because a negative has 20 times the impact on us. But if you get help and you work on that trauma and that impact now, if your daughter gets all the help and all the support and love from you, she will be able to adjust better going forward if she did not get any support and help or love from you. Okay. Empress Kia says this, there's no words. The smoke was so thick, you really couldn't see anything. I just kept shielding my child and just trying to see where the shots were coming from. Damn. T-Breeze, what's going on, T-Breeze? Says violence everywhere in New York. I'm nervous to ride the train now. Yeah. And you're gonna see a lot of people. It's already happening now that are leaving New York. They're moving from New York to other parts of the country. Golden Melanin says this, Keith, every time I think about moving back to New York, I get a reason why I should not and why I left in the first place. Not to mention that it's God expensive out there too. Let's see. Golden Melanin says this, I wish the best for you and your baby, because no matter what the age may be, our kids are still our babies. That's facts. That's facts. A lady 747 says this, Empress Kia, this is terrible. I'm so glad you and your daughter are safe. Me too. That's facts. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Let me see. I can't believe this. This is. I had no idea that someone that's a part of my channel experienced this, but then again, you just never know. You just never know. Angelica says this, I would never move to New York after hearing all the things I heard about the crime there. Yeah, it's not great. There's a guy that I follow on YouTube called Action Kid. He's an Asian guy. He has a YouTube channel, a huge YouTube channel, and what he does vlogging. What he do is he lived in New York in the Queens area. He has his gimbal and he walks around and shows you places in New York. So he does like, you know, he goes to different parts of New York and he shows you stuff. He goes to Times Square, you know, he's doing vlogging, and it's a very popular channel. He gets thousands of people watching him when he goes live. And he made an announcement and people were a little disappointed. He made a big announcement saying that he was leaving New York to move to Florida, Miami, Florida. You know why he left? In his post, and he has a huge channel. In his post, he says, the reason why I'm leaving New York is because of crime is getting up too high. He said that the homeless are getting aggressive and violent. He said, when I'm out walking and doing my blogging with my gimbal, I've had people try to attack me. He's had people damn near run him over while he's trying to walk across the street on a green light. He said that the price of living there was not worth the squeeze of the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. The price and doing his business there was getting too expensive. He says he's got family there, but he can go visit. But he says, I can't live here. It's too expensive. Crime is too high. All the mom and pop stores are being closed down for all these corporate stores that are taking over. He's seeing the neighborhoods change. He said, that's why I had to leave New York. He says, when I went to Florida and I did the math, because they don't have any state tax in Florida, he says he realized that he could have a better quality of life if he left New York. I know that I could have a better quality of life if I left California because it's too expensive out here. But I'm not leaving because I'm too invested. I'm not letting my pension go anywhere. And once I'm ready to retire, then I'll have the room to move, because I'm leaving California when I retire. I'm getting the hell out of here, because you can make your retirement stretch if you go somewhere else that's a more affordable place, especially a pension coming from California. I've made up my mind about that. I'm going to have to, I don't know, or maybe live somewhere. Maybe I'll live in Nevada. Nevada doesn't have any state tax. I don't know. But he said that's why he left New York. And then it doesn't help with all this inflation and this virus that we had, which has also increased crime and people out of work. We're living in really bad times. I don't want to sound gloom and doom, but we're living in really bad times, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't want to sound gloom and doom. I know I sound gloom and doom. Let me put this in here. I want to get the right pronunciation, because I never get that right. Let me see this. Hang on for a minute, folks.
Scowlistic.
All right. We got my man Scowlistic in the house here. Thank you for being here. Peace to you, Scowlistic. Come on over more often. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to be in the program in a minute, but let me see what Empress Kia says. She says, absolutely information, man. Let me read the rest of these messages, and then I'm gonna get on out of here. Corporate prices grudging miss. Yep. Inflation plus actual inflation. We're in inflation. We're in bad inflation. Scrooge. We're in bad inflation. Scholars list. Scowlistic with the hawk logo. I like that. Let me see. My good brother, Scowlistic. Yep. Salute to Scowlistic. And let me give some love and respect to Earl Owens. Express prayers to, she says, Earl Owen says, Empress Kia, prayers for you and your daughter for your peace. All right. Golden Melanin, you know, I'm staying, I've only prolonged the program because of getting this news, or I would have ended this program. But after hearing what she went through, I thought it was only respectful to pay respect to her and her daughter. Golden Melanin, you never know what a person will have to go through. And you know what? You never know what's going through a person's mind we're all at risk when we get on a bus, a train, anything. We don't know what people got on their minds when we go out into this world. We're all, it's all a roll of the dice, because you don't know when you go out your door what type of fool is out here in the world that might get on the same bus that you're on, or train, or damn it. It's crazy. Let's see. Keith Weston said, I'm much better off here in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, even though I can't stand it at times. I can't go back to New York. The question is, though, Brother Keith, the question you should be asking yourself is, why would you go back to New York, knowing that the economy, everything there is in shambles? Why would you want it to? I don't care how big their skyscrapers are. The skyscrapers and all of that, it ain't worth the juice ain't worth the squeeze. I don't care about living in no big city. If it's not a place you can survive in, I wouldn't live in it. Okay, let me read her statements here. Empress Kia says, it happened so fast. It happened so fast. I just remember faces, people trying to take cover from the shots, that all I can hear, and people were screaming. Wow. My brother, Information Man, I definitely came late to check out the replay, because the replay, I mean, we had a lot of people over here earlier on and we were really getting into it. So definitely check out the replay if you can, everybody. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to end the stream. I definitely feel for Empress Kia. Sorry that happened. I hope that you and your daughter gets all the help that you can. You may need to go through some therapy sessions, because there is an issue around post-traumatic syndrome. So please get all the help that you can. Hold her, hug her, let her know that that you love her, that she matters. And my prayers goes out to everybody that in that situation who has a loved one who got hurt in that situation. And I hope that if this man 100% did this, this James Frank, I hope that he pays the holy price for what he did. Empress Kia says in New York that crime is absolutely ridiculous in New York. And we have Angelica making another statement. She says, Empress Kia, I'll see you on the other stream. Take time and safe care, sweetie. Angelica, what's the other stream? Is it Max that's live, or is it Nappy Yankee? I'll go over there too. And then I gotta go over to Point Blank Travels channel and give him some support on his stream as well. But if it's another stream, let me know where you're going. And I got to get out of here. I hate to end like this, getting this kind of news about what happened to this sister, what she's gone through. But
Scalistic.
I hate that it happened. And we got Earl Owen says, peace to all. Yeah, peace to all. Scalistic, thank you for coming over, man. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Share the video out in all your social media. Thank you for coming over today, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all made the program go. Had a lot of people who came through. I saw a lot of new people that I had not seen before. So hopefully some of those new people who came over will subscribe to the channel and support other streams. Hopefully I'll be back live. Hopefully this upcoming Sunday. I think you deserve a part 2 around the reparations issue, so that we can squeeze more information out of the brothers that I had on the panel next week. And if I don't drop on the new channel, the Info Media Live channel, if I don't drop a new video over there today or this evening, I'll drop a new video on that channel tomorrow, because I was gonna drop it this morning. I didn't plan originally to do this. This was impromptu. I kind of put this together. Once I found out that they got their hands on this monster, I said, okay, let's go ahead and go live and see what the people are saying about it. But other than that, I'll probably see if I can drop that other video later on today, or maybe I'll just drop it tomorrow. We'll see. So I appreciate everybody in the chat room. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, hit the bell notification, and do me this favor. I'm going to have to start saying this a lot. Make sure, for those of you who sometimes don't get my notification, it's because YouTube be unsubscribing people. So every now and then you got to go to my channel and make sure that you're subscribed and the bell is hit. Because if the bell's not hit and you're not subscribed and I go live, YouTube is broken. Their notification system, when I go into my analytics, check this out. The YouTube analytics tell me that only about 9% or 10%, somewhere between 9 and point some percent of people, 9% of people are coming to my channel due to the notification. That automatically tells me that there are tons more people who are not getting to my channel because YouTube's notification system is broken completely. And I wish they would fix their notification system and get it right. They got an algorithm system that can shut your channel down if you put out content that goes against the rules, but they can't get the notifications working right. It's a damn shame. All right, everybody. And Empress, let me say something else to you again. Keep your head up. Give your daughter a kiss. Give her love. You will get through this. You just need to seek out help. If you need help, professional help, don't be afraid to seek it out because it can benefit you in the long run. Everybody, I'll be back live again very soon. You know I do it on the weekends. You take care. Love you all. Peace to you. We're going to try to get out of here and see if we can make it do what we can make it do. So with that said, let me pick a good one here and take care. Peace.
Tell the truth.
Yes, I'm sorry you went through that.
Tell the truth.
Please make sure to subscribe to this channel.
Take care, everybody. Peace.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel. Information is power.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel. Information is power.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
BS3 Network is now on Roku TV under BS3 TV. Download today. BS3 Network, changing the way you listen to podcasts. You are now tuned to BS3 Network.
Stay strong through your situation, Empress Kia. I really apologize that you had to go through that. And I'm sorry that many people in New York that experienced it directly had to go through that situation. It is a damn shame. Give her a prayer. Put her in your prayers before you go to sleep tonight or when you get ready to go to sleep tonight, everybody. Pray for the victims, people that got injured in this situation. And if this James Franklin character is found completely guilty of this situation, he does need to be held to the highest level of the law because there is no excuse for such behavior. Everybody, it's about truth. And I appreciate everybody who came over again. Peace.
Tell the truth.